Okay, now I'm going live. Yay, yay. There we are. I'm live now, apparently. Now I'm just gonna see what happens, because I haven't done YouTube for a freaking long while, and I thought, yeah, sure, might as well, because I got nothing else to do now. I've mostly been doing, like, other tasks aside from doing other things. Mostly playing video games and stuff like that, so it's nothing too hectic and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm here. It's been, like, how many months has it been since I last done a stream? Like, 2 or 3 months, was it? It was 2 or 3 months. I can barely recollect at the top of my head, but it feels like a long time. And once time goes by so quickly, I've pretty much been doing mostly IRL stuff, and, pretty much doing pony shit. Yeah, I was mostly doing IRL shit, doing gigs and stuff like that, and, pretty much doing eBay most of the time, just trying to make money off the side, just keeping myself entertained, and, getting acquainted with, new family members now, stuff like that. Mostly family reunions happened around this week, meeting with with members of the family and distant family that I don't even know, but I try to converse with them as awkwardly as that sounds, actually, because there's this one guy who's in our extended family. He doesn't talk much, but they're like twin brothers and stuff like that. And I try to talk to him about, like, literally anything. He always has, like, less to say than my big brother does. And I'm like, what am I supposed to work with? Come on, I need a I need a flabbermouth, man. I want a flabbermouth with a flabbermouth. Come on, we're geese. We're geese. We flock to the same pond every freaking day. Come on, help me out, guys. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Hold on, I need to check the stream to see if it is actually live. But, because I don't know if it actually works or not. But if it's not live, it says it's healthy right now, but that's good right now. Oh well. But, that's what I'm here for. I don't know why I got dental floss here. Yo, I'm gonna floss my teeth because I'm gonna read me some ponies and shit. But, just to recap, I haven't streamed for a long time since I've done IRL stuff. Pretty much anything that's not, like, watching YouTube and stuff like that. But I have watched a lot of YouTube most of the time. Mostly when it comes to, like, what kind of video games I don't need to buy, because it's mostly flops most of the time, and it attracts, like, lower concurrent numbers than it does on launch day. And building up my huge backlog, I think the last time I streamed I didn't have this much big of a backlog, but it's been steadily growing and growing every single day, and I'm starting to think I might have a problem. But I've gone all physical pretty much now. Ever since Steam decided to have to agree to this new California law that people who buy the game don't purchase the actual game, they're just purchasing a license just to play the game. That was the moment where I thought, yeah, you know what? I don't do digital that much anymore. I pretty much just bought a physical copy of a game, whether I could get a chance. But the problem is that you get stuff like Limited Run, Strictly Limited, Red Art, and Numbskull, and Meridian, stuff like that, where they do, like, limited editions of games that are indies and not very obscure games that are going to be really hard to find because they print them in low quantity numbers. Like, you may get like 500 of this obscure game, 1,000 copies of this obscure game. So I thought, yeah, I'll just buy like 2 of them or 3 of them or something like that, because I don't know how rare they're gonna fucking be. Sometimes these limited collections and collector's editions may not be rare at all, because some fucker on eBay would be like, auction at £1, and then someone buys a collector's edition for £1, and it buggers price charting over, because everyone's gonna think, wow, that must be a worthless collector's edition, even though it's a more valuable collector's edition. It's got like a vinyl in it, it's got goodies and toast bags and a video game, it's got cool shit and goodies inside of it, right? And yet someone sold it away for £1. Like, someone who sold it away for £1 does not give a shit about the fucking video games and stuff and how valuable they fucking are. But maybe that's just me being being a pansy or something. I don't know. I just see values of video games that are more than what movies have. And speaking of movies, right? I don't see many movies. I have not seen like a single movie apart from, what was the recent movie I saw? Oh, Liar Liar, and that came out in 1998. I've gone back to watching, like, old movies now, rather than just watching, like, a fucking recent movie out there. I fucking watched Kimi no Na wa again. Like, come on. If I could go back to, like, one of those, like, animes and movies that kind of stuck out to me as more impactful, right? And then that shows that there's sort of a growing problem when it comes to modern movie industry and stuff like that. My big brother came out watching, like, Joker Folie de Deux, which is such a total fucking betrayal of the first Joker movie that nobody asked for, by the way. And it still really, it did really, really well in the box office. But then they fucked it all up with the sequel, which had no idea what the fuck it wanted to be. It didn't want to be a musical or a drama or a true crime or a detective story or a romance. It's all over the fucking place, and that's why I don't really watch movies in theaters anymore. Not just because of the Joker, but because the trend of movies just trying to utilize AI in literally everything so they can save on the budget, hiring like actors and actresses and stage directors and technical lighting and everything like that, just applying AI in like everything in the movie. Like, it's gonna be really hard to like have to count on movies as a medium anymore, and especially when it comes to DVDs, because DVDs are getting like cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And yet people don't see the hindrance that streaming services offer, that when you buy a movie, you're just renting a movie. You have a license to just look at the fucking movie, right? And yet people don't get that they could just take away your purchases at any fucking point. No matter, regardless of if you paid for it or not. They'll just take it away from you because either the license expired or the company just feels like a fucking asshole most of the time. Or I just had a bad day, they aren't making enough money, so they decided to like restructure and downsize and shit. Which means downsizing all of their freaking catalogs and libraries on their streaming services. And I don't get fucking streaming services, really. I haven't even, like, got a Netflix subscription or a Peacock or a Max subscription, however stupid that name is. I never rely on any streaming services anymore, because I know once you watch it, it's eventually going to go away. And then the creators behind those shows that are only on these streaming services, they'll just advocate for you to fucking pirate their own show. Like, how bad is it when the creators who try to make money off their own show tell you to pirate their own show? Clearly, nobody gives a shit anymore. They just want them to know that the show exists, you know, at all. But it's so fucking stupid, the whole industry just piling down in the flames. So just buy a physical copy. Buy, like, a DVD or a Blu-ray or an 8K DVD. I don't fucking care. Just show that you support these people just by buying a physical copy of it. Just don't watch The Last of Us on streaming services. Buy a physical copy of it. It still exists on Amazon if you're willing to, you know, spare £20 or something like that. I pretty much bought, like, Over the Garden Wall. I didn't know it had a fucking Blu-ray release. 80 fucking quid. Cost way more on eBay, let me tell you that for free. But I bought it, and I watched the whole fucking thing on my shitty-ass Blu-ray DVD player, because most PCs nowadays don't have CD or DVD drives built into it. You have to, like, buy an external DVD drive, which is the same as, like, buying a PS5 Pro and buying a separate disc drive for, like, 80 more pounds. Like, what the fuck is going on there? Clearly, all these companies want you to go fucking digital. So that way, it encourages people to not buy a separate disc drive, and they extort the price of the disc drive astronomically, just to make it like £800. Clearly, they gotta recoup the costs of failed live service games somehow, you know what I mean? I just don't get their freaking business practices. The only game I bought from PlayStation 5 recently is Astrobot. And you know why? Because it's fun. It's a fun platformer. It brings me back to the good old days when I played Crash Bandicoot when I was 5. Apart from it being like a glorified advertisement for the PlayStation 5, it's a really good fucking game, and they're still releasing DLC for it to this day. Free, by the way. They're introducing like new speedrunning levels for the game, which eventually is going to mean there's going to be a complete edition of this game. Black Myth Wukong came out on Steam. Millions of people played it, and they fucking love it. So much to the point that it's getting a physical release next year. So it shows the numbers fucking don't lie, dude. The numbers don't lie. People want to play those types of games rather than the slop that they're getting from freaking Sony. And of course, with the PlayStation 5 Pro, I already got a PlayStation 5. It's original model, by the way. It's not a new model that actually gets rid of the bug where you can actually, like, hack it and debug the whole fucking thing through the menu and shit. They got rid of that bug. But same thing with the Switch. They make, like, new models, so that way it prevents people from, like, dumping files from the games that they're homebrewing and putting it on their emulators. Nintendo fucking killed emulators in the future for that fucking shit. And they're probably gonna kill Power World as well, because fuck Nintendo, right? But when it comes to PlayStation, they're releasing like a PlayStation 5 Pro that is not complete with a disc drive. You have to buy that separately. Doesn't have a vertical stand. The only games you have to show off is the games that are already released 4 or 5 fucking years ago. There's no new games that take advantage of the PlayStation 5 Pro apart from the old games that haven't been enhanced to be on the PlayStation 5 Pro. And the changes that they make in these games are so fucking minute, you need fucking reading glasses in order to see the difference. Like, what's the difference? If you're playing on a shitty-ass TV, you're not gonna fucking know. Even if it's a shitty HDMI TV, nobody fucking cares. People are gonna bust out their own money and their own ass to buy a high-quality TV, like, let's say 8K or 4K, for example, just to experience good quality graphics. This also has graphics. But it doesn't need graphics to pull its fucking weight because it relies on like physics engine, fun gameplay, good soundtrack, you know, just fun gimmick time. At some points in the game, you get to use like the controller as a microphone and some sort of motion control 6-axis, like the PlayStation 3 did, right? But apparently they can put like the vibration in the PlayStation 3 because patent laws or some shit. Didn't stop into the PlayStation 5. So I really like Astrobot. I don't mind if it is on Game of the Year contender. And speaking of Game of the Year contenders, I can't stand fucking Jeff Keighley. Like, the guy's such a walking, talking fucking sponsorship. Oh my god, I turned to such a cynic when I watch him. When I was watching the Game Awards last year, it was so fucking long. It was drawn out of advertisements, unfunny skits, just, it's just a glorified advertisement. People are just like up talking themselves and shit like that. They try to keep things straight because people do tend to like talk too long, and the awards, it's way too long. Strip down the awards, and some awards are not like giving credit to the games that don't work. Okay, so the reason why I say this, that I'm not looking forward to the Game Awards this year, is because they're omitting like 2 games that actually did very, very well. People think it's Game of the Year contenders, but journalists fucking hate them, and you want to know why? Because they're fun. Stellar Blade, Black Myth Wukong. I don't know if Astrobot is being omitted from the Game Awards nominees section, but it's fucking stupid how the best games that I haven't played, so I know because I've actually seen like a lot of news transpired from these 2 games, like Black Myth Wukong, how journalists have claimed that it's sexist and misogynist and shit when they haven't even played them, and the fact that they refuse to play these games just shows volumes that people rather like pay attention to the journalists rather than fucking people who actually like playing games to begin with, and that is their job, to play video games and enjoy them. I don't fucking get it, honestly, but it's so stupid. It's so stupid. So that's why I'm not going to watch the Game Awards this year. There was like another Game Awards, which is called the Real Game Awards, where people can actually pay to nominate their favorite games in nominees and sections and shit like that. And it's not going to be bloated out with fucking world premieres and game trailers that is only going to feature more CGI than fucking gameplay. What's the point? How am I going to be excited for a game where it's just going to show a CGI cutscene that is like story cutscene? I just want to see the game that runs on an actual engine. And you know why they don't want to show it on the actual engine? Because they know it's unfinished. They know it's freaking buggy. They know it's not going to capture people's attention for more than 1 month, right? After the release of the trailer happened. But they had to release it early because it helps build hype up for the game, right? And then people will have to talk about it. But if it goes off in like 2 or 3 years, good fucking luck trying to get those fans back. People are more excited over fucking Silk Song than any other recent game trailer that they fucking look at. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, guys? Long staying power. Anyway, I'm done ranting. Sorry, I had to get it out of my fucking chest. But just seeing this whole shit. And also, people are jumping off Twitter now because Elon Musk is such a fucking asshole and a retard. And he pretends to be high and mighty, though. People prove him wrong and shit like that. Even though he was at Trump's rally. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. That's political shit. But he banned Brazil. Well, Brazil banned Twitter, and then Elon Musk tries to like show his case that, oh, but there's a lot of Brazilian users that use Twitter. So they jump over to Blue Sky, which is like blue Twitter. There is green Twitter, but there's like other blue Twitter, like aqua teal Twitter and stuff like that. So with the recent news that it's going to utilize more AIs for artists to like take advantage of the system, and how it's going to remove the block button, and all of these features are being stripped away, with only one good feature that keeps the whole thing, you know, content, right? That makes people make more content on YouTube because of the community notes tab, right? Apart from that, all of these features that Elon Musk is introducing and shit like that, and the way that it's more fucking toxic on Twitter. A lot of more people are jumping over to Blue Sky now. I've jumped over to Blue Sky long fucking time ago. I jumped over there like 6 or 7 months ago because I got fed up with fucking Twitter and the toxicity it fucking presents. And the fact that my feed gets filled with stupid ass hot takes, it drives me fucking mad. You can't reason with these people. These people are like chronically online. Chronically on Twitter. It's a social disease for them, and it's rotted their brains so fucking hard that they just can't control their nerves anymore. And they'll argue with people with more realistic points than they do, just to prove that they're not mentally unhinged, when they actually are mentally unhinged. Everyone on Twitter is fucking mentally unhinged, and they don't even know that. They're just trying to get more brownie points. Ratios don't mean fucking anything anything anymore on Twitter, because just try not to care about ratios. You'll be a much better person after that. If you care about ratio, that just means you're a pussy. It just means you're a pansy. Just don't care about ratios. I don't care if you get like 20 more likes than my fucking post. I like to think it's my opinion, and I stick by that, you know? So that's why everyone's moving to Blue Sky. And when I was trying to get on Blue Sky that one day, I was trying to log in. It crashed the servers. The servers were being crashed because of how many people were jumping over from Twitter to Blue Sky. Like, what? 20 million people? What does that tell you, Twitter? What does that tell you? People are jumping shit. Another brand that Elon Musk has killed, apart from, like, PayPal and Tesla. Well, PayPal is still actually going. It's still going strong and loyal, right? Because I use PayPal, like, every single day now. So PayPal's not surprisingly dead. But Twitter is going to be on the same fucking cusp as that. It's going to be a rotten corpse that's going to be like, even though he was trying to parade around that, he doesn't need sponsors and advertisers to carry a social media platform. He kind of does, because people are leaving his platform now. So, good luck with that, guy. Good luck with that. Anyway, I'm done ranting. I could go on all fucking day about the state of 2024 right now. How we're gonna fight with all this Israel-Palestine conflict. How Russia and Ukraine are still fighting against each other. The United States election with Kamala and Trump. Oh my god. All this shit that is happening on fucking on freaking America now. It's all over the place, dude. All over the place. So, I'm not a big fan of what's going on in 2024 now. I'm not a big fan of where video games is heading. I'm going to stick to like all fucking physical, and I'm not going to go all digital and shit. I'm just not a big fan of what 2024 is going to offer though. But I'm going to try and look at the positives, because there were games that came out this year that I actually liked. Like I said, I was playing Astrobot, and I was trying to get I played Astrobot just again last couple of days, because I really enjoyed the gameplay, because it throws you like new fucking loops with its gameplay design and its gimmicks, and it builds the levels all around the gimmicks that it builds around. I really like this game. I really wish... I mean, a lot of people on Amazon are still buying Astrobot to this day, and they're probably going to be buying Black Myth Rune Kong as well. I want to see if I can try that out, to see if there's like a complete edition of it or something like that, because it released on Steam, and I don't know if there's more DLC out for it, but yeah. So please play Astrobot. Please play Astrobot. It's a really, really good game. Anyway, so I'm not going to stall anymore. I'm just going to go ahead and read. So I discovered something really interesting when I was browsing through Amazon. I discovered that actually, scratch that. I watched a YouTube short. There was a guy that was spoiling. He was going to spoil like one of the major plot points of these series. I thought, all right, I'll stop. I want to see what the name of the series is. And lo and behold, it's called My Little Pony, Ponyville Mysteries. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Isn't there already Ponyville Mysteries in the comics? Well, they literally just go around and pretend to be detectives and shit like that. They call themselves the Kingdom Hearts Crusaders Super Sleuths for like 5 issues. They got Sia back. Songbird Serenade, they got Sia back, but it's not actually Sia because she was in the comic. You can't get Sia the voice in the comic. I mean, I would love to see her in the comic. That'll be so fucking funny. But they got Songbird Serenade in there. They got Mayor in there. Snips' grandfather. Figure that one out for yourself. And, who else was there? Oh, Flim Flam came back for the Ponyville Mysteries and shit like that. You know, I was just spoiling for you. But there's also a series of books also called Ponyville Mysteries. But this time, it has a new character. Looks like a self-insert, if you don't mind me saying. Honestly, it does. Just look at this OC pony design. Tell me it's not a self-insert. Come on. I've seen more self-inserts in fucking fan fiction than I do normal books. Like, come on. Maybe in comics. Comics insert freaking agendas. The writers disguise fetishes and agenda into the fucking comic books now. And even in video games, it's always the writers disguised agenda. But, I don't know if that's going to be in these ones, but I'm just trying to be funny. So, when it comes to Ponyville Mysteries, I thought, you know what? I'll buy all of them. And a bad thing is, they're not like in the UK or anything like that. It's all in America. And judging by these books, you'll see what locations in America that I got them from. But I mostly bought it on like fucking Amazon and shit. But they were quite expensive a little bit, but not that bad. You can't really find any samples of them. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine anyway. So I'll just go ahead and read them in my own time. But you can tell by the conditions of these that they came from like several areas in America or some shit like that. This one actually has like a bit of taffy and gum on it. You can tell how used these freaking items are. That I bought it through like a library or something like that. And when you get to like some of these books of how used they are, this one looks awful. I mean, look at the crumpled bits on the spines and the sides. They look awful. You can tell how used the conditions are. Like some kid who was really into My Little Pony just brought him in their bag one day to go to school and he got made fun of. And I'm like, bro, I don't blame you for giving these books away. I mean, you must have got bullied so fucking hard, but yo, just be proud that you like My Little Pony. I mean, if I was in school, I would have carried these books around. They're fucking good fun. I still reread the comics to this very fucking day. What does that tell you guys? Maybe my attention span has gone through the roof. But, yeah. And also, this looks like a fucking library book. I swear, some of these look like library books. And you know, the only person, right? The only person who rented out this book from the library, Chad. That guy's a fucking Chad, dude. The only one guy who rented out My Little Pony, Ponyville Mysteries from their U.S. local library in Hodgkins in Illinois. Yo, that one Illinois dude, he's gonna get laid. He's a true fan, man. Who rented this out in the library because he probably feels ashamed for actually renting this out. But I'm like, yo, dude, you gotta know what happens in Volume 6 of My Little Pony, Ponyville Mysteries. You're on the edge of your seat at this point. You gotta read more. But for me, I'm more of a chronic MLP fan. I'm not a chronic 20 user, but I'm more of a chronic MLP fan because I was raised on G4 ever since I started college. I was having a hard time trying to like fit in with the homies and stuff like that because they didn't understand my autism. They didn't understand what kind of person I was, and I couldn't be able to like fit around them because of that issue. So the only way I could connect with anybody around me, especially online, was through this show. And it was because of the show that I actually I liked the show, and it got me to making friends at that time, and it helped me cope throughout my 4 years of actually being like an adult. But if they say young adult, they actually still mean late teenager. Because as a young adult, you still make fucking mistakes. You still get hammered. You still get boned and shit like that. You're not a young adult. They say, oh, you're maturing, right? But you're still a teenager at a young adult age. You're just late teenager. Nobody should say young adult. Just say late teenager. That makes a lot more sense. And a young adult would be when you're like around your 25s. 25 is when you're a young adult because you've gone through college. You're a young adult. And college, when you start out college, you're just a late teenager, in my opinion. That's my perspective, anyway. Because you still make a lot of fucking mistakes. Just telling you right now. From experience. So, what I'm going to do is there are 6 books in this series, all in different use conditions and shit like that, which makes you laugh as hell. And I still got, like, the receipts for it, like the barcodes and shit. You can tell these are definitely, like, from, like, a book owner store and shit like that. And I got, like, nice coupons that only works in America. So I'm like, yo, if you want those coupons, hit me up. I certainly ain't gonna fucking use them. I got coupons for, like, wine and cosmetics and shit. I already got a shaver. What the fuck do I need this shit? I just want to read My Little Pony, man. I don't care about your shitty-ass coupons. Anyway, so if you guys have these books, right, learning around in your fucking bookshelf, right, you can read along with me. If not, just listen to the sound of my sexy and sultry voice as I read to you My Little Pony, Ponyville Mysteries. So I'm not sure what kind of stories I'm expecting, really, but I've only read, like, one sample of the book just to see what I'm in for. And what I'm in for is something quite extraordinary. Because, I don't know, I'll just read it to you. Because, just to start off with, the first one is, okay, so the 2 writers. There are 2 writers in this book, in these series of books, right? It's like a ghostwriter name. The writer's name is Penumbra Quill, but it's actually made up of 2 writers. And I think it's 2 writers who also wrote for the show. I think one is called Nicholas Dubuc and Michael Vogel. And I think Michael Vogel started out writing for the show around, like, season 6 or so. I can't freaking remember, but I know Nicholas Dubuc was, like, around season 5 or something like that. And I didn't know they came together, collaborated to actually, like, write a series of books. So that's pretty cool. I find that pretty cool. And I actually didn't know about it until I watched a YouTube short that explained that the series exists. And I didn't know. So I'm going to read them. I want to read more books on MLP because I already read through the stories from Equestria series. And that was already fucking wild enough as it is because it gave away, like, a huge-ass backstory from Princess Cadence. I bet Cadence stands were dying for that information. So was I. Because all we know is that she was an orphan. She went to, like, Canterlot University, met Shining Armor there, and tried to fuck up with some guy called Buck Withers or something. You know, I found that really funny. I found that really, really funny. But, oh well. I'm just being a nerd. I'm just gonna keep going. So, the first book is called, Schoolhouse of Secrets. So, is there gonna be an Indian burial ground buried underneath schoolhouses of the freaking cheerlead schoolhouse? That'd be really fucking funny. Just something absolutely dark. That's it. Or maybe it's just gonna be a repeat of the comic book series where they just go around, pretend to be detectives and shit like that, and they get shit done. Because they're the Kurimak Crusaders. They got their own services. You gotta get paid extra bits. Right. So, this starts up with a prologue. Imagine a prologue in My Little Pony. Right. So, I'm gonna read it. The pony is in capitalized because we don't know what her name is, but on the back it says Lily Moon. So, we're just gonna call it the pony. The pony stared out the window at the quaint cottages spread out below. Ponyville was small, much smaller than from where the pony had travelled. The large and tacky castle nearby was clearly a later addition, and, in the pony's opinion, stuck out like a sore hoof. Yeah, you're not the only one. You're not the only one to fix that. Tourists get put off by that glaring fucking crystal castle, but the rest of it's quite nice. But then, the princesses of Equestria were never known for being subtle. Yeah, I mean, we did try to banish things to the moon and banish things to Tartarus, and you call us subtle. However, it was the endless forest beginning at the very edge of town that truly held the pony's attention. This was why the pony had uprooted everything to move to this backcountry village, and not backwater. The Everfree Forest contained secrets yet to be discovered. Ancient secrets. Dangerous secrets. Now, if you put it like that, that's gonna be some shit. There's gonna be some documents about the Everfree Forest. But in the comic, we knew where the Everfree Forest was birthed from. If you read the comics, like around issue 80 or so, you know how the Everfree Forest was formed. I don't know if the books have a different type of backstory for the Everfree Forest. Yeah, you know what? Ponies need backstory. Locations need fucking backstory. Secrets that would make the pony who uncovered them very powerful. Oh, she's gonna be evil. And now, here the pony was, living just a few short steps away. It was time to get started. Yo. It was time to get started. Put sunglasses on. Yeah! Chapter 1. Oh, we're starting off strong. We're starting off strong. It was another typically perfect morning in Ponyville. The sun shone brightly as ponies, unicorns, and Pegasi. Wait, earth ponies? Say earth ponies, go on. They opened their shops, ran early morning errands, and generally got their days started. Some of the younger members of Ponyville rushed through town toward the schoolhouse. Applebloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo trotted alongside of one another, just like they did every morning. It's not like they pranced or anything. Applebloom usually talked non-stop the entire way to school. But not today. Scootaloo smacked her with a wing. He's like, bonk! Just play the bonk sound, it'll be fun. Spill it! She orders. What? Applebloom asked. You're really quiet this morning, Sweetie Belle explained. You? Not talking? That's weird. It's nothing, Applebloom said casually. Snips and Snails rushed past him toward the schoolhouse. Wait, who's Snails again? Oh, no, Snips is... Alright, I think I know what Snips is. Morning, Crusaders! Snips called. Hey, Applebloom! Sweetie Belle! Tell your sisters they are awesome! We will! Sweetie Belle called back. Applebloom sighed. Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle glanced at each other. Sister stuff, Scootaloo said. Yeah, what kind of sister stuff? Gotta give us the deets. Sweetie Belle nodded in agreement. Scootaloo turned to Applebloom. Okay, what's up? Applebloom stopped walking and turned towards her best friends. Now, this is the line that gets me. What are we doing with our lives? She asked. Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo stared at her. Right now, we're going to school, Sweetie Belle responded. What do you think we should be doing? Scootaloo asked. At first, when I saw this, I'm just like, are you thinking of ending it? No, I'm not going to end the Cutie Mark Crusaders. What do you think I meant? Anyway, Pip hurried past him, awkwardly dragging a school bag that was much too big for him. Wait, what did he sound like again? Oh, he was British, wasn't he? Cheerio, ponies! Applebloom, Sweetie Belle, tell your sisters top-notch job! Very convincing British. Applebloom gritted her teeth. This is about Applejack, Rarity, and that Manticore, isn't it? Sweetie Belle asked. Applebloom nodded. A few days ago, Rarity and Applejack were returning from a friendship mission from Princess Twilight Sparkle, TM, when the Friendship Express, TM, was attacked by a crazy Manticore, TM. I think the Manticore had a name, right? And his name was Melvin. Melvin, brother of the Manticore. Oh my God, stop! Of course. And also, Rarity and Applejack, ship. Because they went on the friendship mission. Again. Of course, the two of them rushed to the rescue, saved a bunch of ponies, figured out what a misunderstanding was, befriended the creature, and saved the day. My Little Pony. It was all any pony in Ponyville could talk about. What? You wish they didn't defeat the Manticore? Sweetie Belle asked. Of course not, Apple Bloom said defensively. Are you afraid Applejack is gonna like the Manticore more than you? Invite him to live in your room? Scootaloo asked, grinning. No, Apple Bloom said, laughing. Ooh, I bet the Manticore can buck so many more apples than you, Sweetie Belle giggled. Yo, buck you, I can buck all of these apples! If I were you, I'd be really worried. I'm not worried, Apple Bloom exclaimed. I'm just wondering what's next for the Cutie Mark Crusaders. What do you mean? Scootaloo asked. Well, it just seems like there's gotta be something more out there for us to do. It was the first time Apple Bloom had expressed her concern out loud. Not like the other times on the show where she also exclaimed her concerns out loud? Or is it usually Sweetie Belle or Scootaloo? I don't know, something like that. I need to watch more CMC episodes again. We've been helping other ponies figure out their cutie marks and turning into profit. After all, we had plenty of experience with that. I know, but don't get me wrong. I love that our cutie marks are all about helping other ponies with their cutie marks. The Crusaders examined their butts, as they should. Well, you gotta do some prostate check, come on. Each of them had a matching shield with a different symbol inside. Apple Bloom had a heart inside an apple, Sweetie Belle had a music note inside a star, and Scootaloo had a lightning bolt inside a wing. They were the only ponies they knew in Equestria to have cutie marks that matched this way. But don't y'all wish it was a bit more exciting sometimes? You're starting to sound like a princess. You're gonna sing, aren't you? You're gonna sing about wanting more. Oh, jeez. Exciting sounds like another word for dangerous, Sweetie Belle admitted. Well, we did try to rescue Starlight Glimmer from the frickin' Cozy Glow's evil territory. So, you tell me. I'm always up for an adventure, Scootaloo said. But think about it. We didn't get our cutie marks until after we stopped looking for them, right? Maybe some big adventure will pop out when we least expect it to. Apple Bloom considered that, as Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon came trotting up behind them. Morning, Crusaders! Oh my god. So they just blankly look at Diamond Tiara. Please don't do that again. Just like, that's totally noted. Diamond Tiara called in her sing-songy voice. Did you hear? Yes! Apple Bloom yelled. We all know about my sister and Rarity and the Manticore. Airy Pony stared at Apple Bloom, who blushed brightly. Sorry about that, she muttered. What I was about to say before I was interrupted, it continued Diamond Tiara, was, did you hear about the family that moved into that old house up on Horseshoe Hill? There's a new Philly starting school today, and nobody knows anything about her except me. And Super Split. Because I told her. She's my wing, she's my wing girl. Actually, I'm also an Earth Pony. Just pretend you're Pegasus. Chapter 2. My mother heard that our whole family moved here from Transylvania. Vampire ponies, come on guys. Vampire ponies. Anyway. Diamond Tiara explained as they approached the schoolhouse. Also, I just want to mention, when was the first time we heard of Transylvania? Like, maybe some, reference in the comics, maybe? Like, somewhere in the background or something like that. But, I don't think... Because I looked on Wiki... on MLP Wiki. There is an MLP Wiki, by the way. Not much of a mention of Transylvania, ever. There's Philadelphia, there's Manhattan, there's Canterlot, there's Prance, there's Saddle Arabia and shit like that. But no such thing as Transylvania until this book happened, actually. So, that was weird. She hadn't stopped talking about this new family since she had joined the Crusaders on their walk. My father says they must be pretty well off to have bought that house. It's a huge. Ah. Yeah, I know, right? I wonder why they moved here, Apple Bloom said. It had been a while since any pony new had come to Ponyville. Swiftfoot? But technically she didn't move to Ponyville. She just kind of visited. She was on a mission. To anti-friendship. Yeah. But, yeah, we have new visitors. I mean, what do you think the freaking School of Friendship is for? Hey, maybe we should give the new student a nice warm welcome, Sweetie Belle suggested. Show her how nice it is here in Ponyville? That's a great idea, Scootaloo chimed in. And who better to welcome her than the Cutie Mark Crusaders? Right, Apple Bloom? Apple Bloom grinned. A Cutie Mark Crusaders welcoming committee might not be the same as saving a train full of ponies from a manticore, but it will certainly make this new student's day better. Sure, she agreed. Let's go meet this new pony and show her what Ponyville has to offer. The school bell rang, and the ponies hurried towards the schoolhouse. Okay, students, hurry up, Miss Shirley called from the doorway. We've got a big day planned. Apple Bloom rushed up the stairs behind Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle. There was a buzz of activity as every pony bustled around the room, chatting and joking. After they was watching Game of Thrones. Game of Pony, I mean. Apple Bloom scanned the room, but didn't see any pony aside from the ones she already knew. The hustle and bustle of the room suddenly came to a complete stop. Apple Bloom looked around to see why the students were suddenly so quiet. They were all staring in the direction of the door to the schoolhouse. Apple Bloom followed their gazes and saw the new student, standing quietly and observing them. She was a lavender-coated unicorn. Her bright blue mane had white streaks in it, as did her tail. Her piercing violet eyes glared out at every pony staring back at her. On her flank was a cutie mark. No. A spell book under a bright moon, with lightning and smoke surrounding it. Oh, she's a wizard! She's a what? Diamond Chihuahua leaned over to Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo. Just say CMC, it'll save you a bunch of text. I know you all are the experts, but that cutie mark looks pretty ominous to me, she whispered. Apple Bloom didn't disagree, for once. But she knew from experience that not every cutie mark meant what it seemed at first glance. Like, remember that one pony in the Friends Forever issue? There was a little kid, right? She had a skeleton, like a skull bone on her cutie mark. And you know what she does? She turns flesh into bones. Yeah, that actually happens. Read Friends Forever. I'm telling you. That actually fucking happens. And the reason why she did that is so that Luna could defeat America in the shape of an orca. That was fucked up. You should never judge a book by its cover. Oh, okay. Even if it has a creepy-looking cover. Apple Bloom glanced at Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle. Yeah, that's like the Twilight Sparkle lesson she learned in Brattle of Gossip. Don't judge a book by its cover. And now she collects all the books, regardless of what they look like. Okay, Apple Bloom glanced at Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle, who seemed a little less excited about being the Ponyville Schoolhouse Welcoming Committee now that they had gotten a look at the new student. Apple Bloom cleared her throat to get their attention. Okay, y'all, let's say, hey! Apple Bloom trotted over to the new student, trusting her friends to follow. The new student gazed at Apple Bloom, who smiled back and held out her hoof. Hey there! Welcome to Ponyville! I'm Apple Bloom. These are my friends Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle. Hi, the new pony said, without smiling, as she studied the Crusaders through Matrix vision. Apple Bloom thought she saw the pony's piercing eyes linger on their matching cutie marks. Yo, is she a robot? Is she a robot? She's analyzing the cutie marks. Negative. Conditional negative. Significant. We call ourselves the Cutie Mark Crusaders, Apple Bloom continued. Because, well, that's a long story. Watch our show. But we wanted to welcome you to Ponyville. Apple Bloom glanced at Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo, nodding at them to introduce themselves. Nice to meet you. Scootaloo paused, waiting for the pony to introduce herself. Do you have a name? Lady Moon. I fucked that up. Sorry, I made it sound like she has dyslexia. Lily Moon, the unicorn said coolly. She brushed past the Crusaders and took a seat at the desk, completely ignoring every pony in the room. And I bet you she sits at that frickin' desk next to the window on the right. Because she's a weeb. Well, Sweetie Belle said, letting out a big breath. She's sure friendly. About as friendly as a wallflower, if you know what I mean. Chapter 3. So one downside to these books, they don't have any chapter titles on them. It just says Chapter 3. The continuation of Chapter 2. The school day passed quickly and uneventfully. What, were they learning astrophysics or something? Bro. Miss Shirley had just as little success engaging Lily Moon as the Crusaders did. Aside from repeating her name and stating that her family was from Transylvania, she remained silent the whole time. Pip, Diamond Tiara, and a few others tried as well, but she would just stare at them with her piercing eyes and walk away. I'm telling you, she's an alien. Aliens do not act natural. I'm telling you, she's an alien pony, and I would know what alien ponies are because Mickey knows what alien ponies are. Determined to be friendly, Apple Bloom tried one more time at the end of the day. She headed over, planning to ask how Lily Moon's first day went, but the moment class was dismissed, Lily Moon jumped up and left quickly. She's off to play some card. Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon joined Apple Bloom on the steps of the schoolhouse and watched Lily Moon hurry away.
We all tried our best to be welcoming,
Diamond Tiara huffed.
But if a pony doesn't want to be friends with anybody else, far be it from me to force her.
Silver Spoon nodded in agreement, and they both trotted off. I like how Silver Spoon doesn't even get a fucking line. It's like, give her something to say. She's a wing girl, come on. Doesn't this kind of remind you of the time when Twilight first began making friends and she kind of like avoided having friends in Canterlot? And then it came round full circle in like season 5 where she ignored her old friends so much that she thought of them again after like 5 years. That was actually a very heartwarming episode. I think it's called God, what is it called? Amending Fences. Yeah, that's actually a warm episode. I think you should all watch it. It's really heartwarming. More heartwarming than the previous episode before.
Oh well.
Scootaloo shrugged as she hopped down the schoolhouse stairs.
Guess you can't make friends with every pony. What are we gonna do this afternoon?
Apple Bloom had an idea. They could go to Clubhouse. I swear. It's around here. They could go to Clubhouse. I swear to God. And I thought the comics has very bad grammar checks. Every single page I must have seen in a comic has so bad grammar checks that you can make a fucking compilation out of them. These books are no exception. So, they could go to Clubhouse and hang out just like they did yesterday, and the day before, and the day before. Phone call Plankton. Back when they didn't have their cutie marks, they would spend hours making lists and coming up with schemes. What are you turning into? CMC's turning into EEE. If you know what that is. But lately, they just hang out, discussed what had happened at school that day, and then headed home to play some card. At least Lily Moon was something new and different. Apple Bloom wondered why a pony would act so standoffish when they were all so obviously trying to make her feel welcome.
You think maybe she just misses her friends back home?
Apple Bloom asked the others.
Lily Moon?
Scootaloo laughed.
With an attitude like that, what makes you think she has any friends back home?
She gives me the creeps, Sweetie Belle added.
The way she stared at us? Spooky. Maybe things are different in Transylvania,
Apple Bloom countered.
Maybe staring at ponies is the way they say hello?
If that's the case, is a restraining order a thing here? I bet not.
Why are you trying so hard to defend her?
Scootaloo asked. Because I'm a skeptic! Apple Bloom thought for a moment.
I don't know,
she answered honestly.
I guess I'm just trying to figure her out.
Well, just ask her, Sweetie Belle suggested. Wow, what a novel concept, Sweetie Belle.
I don't think she's gonna be any more talkative tomorrow,
Scootaloo said.
No,
Sweetie Belle said.
I meant ask her right now,
she pointed. Look! Apple Bloom and Scootaloo both looked and saw Lily Moon sneaking down a path leading out of Ponyville directly toward the Evergreen Forest! Exclamation mark, so I have to announce it. Nobody heard that, right? Everyone's like, what the fuck is that loud noise? Must be my imagination. The Crusaders hid behind a bush and quietly watched her. And then all of a sudden, spy music plays. Lily Moon peered around to make sure no pony was watching, and then carefully stepped over the root of a large tree into the dark woods.
Why is she going into the Evergreen Forest?
Sweetie Belle whispered.
Well, there's a long way to find out,
Apple Bloom whispered back.
Come on. Why do we even care what the new pony is doing?
Scootaloo groaned. Because new ponies are exciting to stalk! Try stalking Pinkie Pie, you're never gonna get anything. Apple Bloom didn't answer. She leaped over the roots of the large tree and followed Lily Moon into the forest. She caught a glimpse of a blue tail with a white streak disappearing behind some trees.
This way, y'all!
She whispered. The others rushed after Apple Bloom deeper into the forest. Wait, why is she in a bed full of poison joke? Oh, fuck. They tried their best to follow Lily Moon, but she was quick for a pony who had never explored the Everfree Forest before. Yo, gotta go fast. She knows the Everfree Forest like a back of a hoof, and she a child. After a few minutes, they accepted the fact that she was long gone.
Why would a new pony go rushing off by herself into the Everfree Forest?
I don't know, maybe she's a smurf? Apple Bloom wondered aloud.
What is she doing out here?
What are we doing out here? Sweetie Belle asked, looking around the forest.
It's gonna be dark soon. Yeah, are we done now?
Scootaloo asked.
Crusaders,
Apple Bloom said, turning to the others with a huge grin on her face.
Something mysterious is going on, and we're gonna find out what.
After we play some COD. Chapter 4. Alright, we're gonna start stalking now. That's what we CMC do. We got nothing good, but we got nothing better else to do. Maybe she needs another cutie mark. I don't know. The next morning. The next morning. Apple Bloom was determined to get some answers out of Lily Moon. We're gonna put her on a chair, and we're gonna beat her with a bat, and then interrogate a toaster. Yeah, we're putting her in the dark room. Why not?
We were being polite, friendly yesterday,
Apple Bloom explained as they headed toward the schoolhouse.
But today, we're gonna get serious about being nice.
Seriously nice. Nicely serious. Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo exchanged looks.
You sure seem awful concerned about Lily Moon,
Scootaloo observed.
Well, it's like you said,
Apple Bloom replied after considering for a second.
Maybe Lily Moon is the thing that came along when we least expected it. Maybe figuring this out is something only we can do.
Do you maybe think you might be overreacting? Sweetie Belle asked. Tortilla's sister.
All we really know is she's kind of mean and wandered into the Everfree Forest. That's not that strange. I'm not overreacting. I just think we should not to know more about her before something strange does happen. Stranger things. Yeah, kind of like that.
Apple Bloom walked up the steps of the schoolhouse and stopped in her tracks.
We might be a little late,
Scootaloo said. The inside of the schoolhouse was an absolute disaster. Some pony had smeared paint all over the walls. Stacks of books towered over the ponies, waving precariously back and forth, but never quite tipping over. And all the desks and chairs were stuck to the ceiling! Discord invaded the schoolhouse. Sure. It looked like the Crusaders were the last ones to arrive. All the other students were pointing and talking over one another about the state of the classroom. Apple Bloom glanced around quickly, looking for Lily Moon. She saw her over in the corner by herself, observing the mess. Apple Bloom couldn't quite read her expression.
Okay, let's all calm down,
Miss Cheerily announced, looking anything but calm.
Every pony take your seats, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Miss Cheerily? Snails motioned to the seating, where all the seats in the classroom were currently stuck. Miss Cheerily let out an exasperated sigh.
Oh, right. Okay, every pony, just sit in the middle of the classroom and don't touch anything.
Or just get Disco there. Yo, Disco, let's liven up this place. There's seats upside down. You're gonna love it. Let's teach about gravity, children. Who is a big fan of gravity? I certainly am. I'm going to run to find Starlight Glimmer or Sakura or somebody who can deal with all this. Cheerily knows Sakura. And I thought, okay, so if that's the case, how well does she know Sakura? Any pony in Ponyville knows each other. It's like a small world, after all. As soon as Miss Cheerily was gone, the ponies gathered in the center of the room and tried guessing what could have possibly happened.
You think this is some kind of prank?
Asked Silver Balloon. Silver Balloon. God, my fucking dyslexia, man.
Well, if it is, who did it?
Demanded Twist.
Forget who,
said Scootaloo.
How did they do it? Well, it must be a unicorn.
Diamond Chihuahua motioned to the desks and chairs above them.
This is obviously magic.
That's glue.
There's a whole lot of magic for just a prank, said Snips. I don't think any of us could do that. Could we?
You did it in your sleep. Apple Bloom glanced over her shoulder at Lily Moon, who was hanging back and not contributing to the conversation. You're trying to play Phoenix Wright right now? Based on some of the looks the other ponies shot in Lily Moon's direction, Apple Bloom could tell she wasn't the only one who noticed. Pip wandered around the room examining the stacks of books.
Well, whoever did it definitely took his or her time, Pip observed. This must have taken all night.
Pip brushed too close to one of the stacks. It wobbled back and forth.
Oh, bother.
Yo, you and Octavia are going to get lack, he muttered. Every pony gasped. No, you could have said blast. Oh, blast. Every pony gasped as the entire stack slowly teetered over and crashed onto the floor. Oh no, not the books! No, not the books! That's book abuse, guys. Yo, count it. It's book abuse. Let's go. Let's go. That's it. One trait I missed from the show entirely. Book abuse. The students looked around, but the other stacks remained standing, and the desks and chairs remained firmly on the ceiling. Rush job.
Well, that wasn't too bad, Pip said, relieved.
One of the toppled books suddenly flew into the air. Diamond Chihuahua yelped. A second book flew up and slammed against the wall. Another book flew in the opposite direction, causing several ponies to duck. Something bumped a twist, knocking her backwards. It was almost as if some invisible force was moving through the room, throwing books. It's Discord. Come on. He pulled that shit in season, 7 or 8? Yeah. Whatever it was moving steadily in one direction. It was moving right towards Pip! Oh no, not Pip. Whatever shall we do? He was my favorite pony. He's my favorite pony. Chapter 5. It's like, yo, hold up. Alright, continue on. Pip backed away as the books flew into the air in the path that led toward him. He zigged and zagged out of the way, but no matter where he moved, the invisible force changed direction and continued toward him. Yo, it's a tracker.
Keep it away from me,
yelled Pip. Scootaloo rushed toward the books flying into the air, but looked around, unsure what to do next.
Keep what away? There's nothing here,
she exclaimed. The book stopped. No pony moved a muscle. Suddenly, Pip launched up toward the ceiling, as if something had grabbed him by the hoof. He shouted in alarm as the classroom broke into pandemonium! Or ponymonium. Just get flavor of this.
What's happening?
Screamed Snips. Run for your lives! Yelled Snails.
Somebody get me down from here!
Pip squealed as he flew through the air, weaving among the chairs and desks. Apple Bloom searched the room for Lily Moon. She was standing out of the way in the corner, watching Pip intently. She's just like scraping her nails it's like, yeah, I'm chilling out, I'm enjoying this. She took a step forward, as if she were about to do something. Well, I mean, she's a new character, she's gotta have something. But Sweetie Belle jumped in front of Apple Bloom, blocking her view.
We need to get him down from there!
Apple Bloom watched Pip and got an idea. As you know, Apple Bloom is really good at ideas. She turned to the others.
Crusaders! Remember when we performed in the opening ceremonies of the Equestria Games?
Wow, Flight to the Finish reference. That's cool.
Oh yeah!
Scootaloo said, grinning.
I'm on it!
Alright, let's see if they actually recaptured that spirit of Flight to the Finish. Where Scootaloo was being bullied for being disabled. Check it, guys. And even when she got a cutie mark, she was not being made fun of for being disabled. Except in the comic. She ran to the back of the class to give herself some room. Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom stood facing each other, their hooves outstretched between them. Scootaloo galloped toward her friends.
1,
counted Apple Bloom as Scootaloo leaped toward them.
2,
Sweetie Belle continued as Scootaloo landed in her friends' hooves.
3,
Apple Bloom and Sweetie Belle said together as they hurled Scootaloo into the air. Well, you need a scooter for that, come on. Scootaloo flew for the classroom and slammed into Pip. Kapunch! Oh, fuck, I might have beaten the ghost out of him. Whoops, sorry. Whatever had a hold of him, let go. And they both flew into a pile of books, knocking the tower to the ground as they landed. Pip was a bit shaken up, but otherwise unharmed. Ah, come on. He would have made it a little bit harm just to make it a little bit more funny. Every pony rushed out of the schoolhouse toward the playground and waited, silent and scared.
Hey, yo, Scootaloo. Do you remember this is when we got our cutie marks? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
But whatever had gripped Pip seemed to have disappeared, for the moment at least.
This definitely thin things like more than just a plank,
observed Twist. Yeah, I'm only speaking like this because that's how they put it in the book. Don't blame me.
Well, if nobody else is going to point out the obvious, I will,
Silver Spoon announced.
Nothing like this has ever happened before, so what's the big difference now?
Silver Spoon turned and glared at Lily Moon, who was standing away from the other ponies.
Would you like us to tell us something, Lily Moon?
Why the students grilling on a young kid? Normally it's a teacher who does this shit. Why the fuck is cheerleader in this? Oh yeah, she went to get like Starlight Dimwell's a core or something, but it's like, yo, we kids, we're the adults now. This is pony of the corn. The students all glared at Lily Moon, waiting for her to respond to the accusation. She glared back at them.
I have nothing to say to any of you,
Lily Moon said defensively. Apple Bloom stepped forward.
Now, every pony, just take a breath,
Apple Bloom began.
Lily Moon, no pony is saying this is your fault or nothing. I think that's exactly what we're saying.
Yo, Diamond, ain't helping.
You don't think it's a little bit odd that Lily Moon shows up and the next thing you know, all this happens? I ain't saying it's not odd,
Apple Bloom said.
but is that the most crazy thing to ever happen to Ponyville?
Yeah, we've been through so much fucking shit, and this is the craziest thing you're worried about? Come on, guys. We've been through wars. We've been through Tatsuum invasions. We've been through Ursa Minor comeuppances and freaking Tartarus beings coming into Ponyville. Come on. We had a track record of this shit. We had buildings being destroyed. Freaking Nightmare Moon tried to take over the citizens. For all we know, she could be just as confused as we are.
Oh, for all we know, she could just be just as confused as we are.
She turned.
Lily Moon?
Lily Moon glared at Apple Bloom. Instead of answering, she pussied out. No, she ran off, but just to say she pussied out. Yo, is she like echoing bits of Fluttershy in her, man? Yo. Silver Spoon turned to Apple Bloom.
Looks pretty guilty to me.
Shut an unbeliever. The one who does not speak much is an imposter. That's the golden rule of Among Us. It's always a golden rule. It has always been a golden rule. Chapter 6. Oh, I think we're like I don't know if we're halfway done or something like that. Once Miss Shirley returned and heard what had happened to Pip, she announced that class was cancelled and the schoolhouse would be closed until they figured out just what was going on. With the rest of the day free, the Cutie Mark Crusaders decided to head back to Sweet Apple Acres. Sweet Apple Acres! That's the best place. Not Rarity's Is there usually Rarity's Carousel Boutique or Twilight Sparkle's big giant fuck off Crystal Castle? It's always Sweet Apple Acres. I mean, that is where the Cutie Mark Crusaders clubhouse is mostly at. But yeah, I kind of see that. It's sort of close. Granny Smith was on a Zap Apple baking rampage, and the kitchen was bursting with baked goods. Yeah, we gotta make Filthy Rich happy, I guess. Apple Bloom knew there would be plenty to snack on while they discussed what to do about Lily Moon and the schoolhouse. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo entered the kitchen to find Granny in the midst of baking a batch of Zap to go along with the jams, tarts, muffins, derpy, and fritters that already filled the kitchen.
Now hurry up and fix those pipes. I got another batch to make up for all the delicious after this'n.
Granny Spell called out. Yup, Big Matt replied from under the sink as he tinkered with the plumbing. Yo, are they going to mention Sugar Belle in this one? I hope they mention Sugar Belle in this one. Applejack walked into the kitchen carrying another bushel of Zap apples. She set them down and wiped sweat from her brow.
Here you go, Granny,
Applejack said.
This should do you for the next couple of batches.
Applejack saw the Crusaders in the kitchen and glanced up at the clock.
Hold up. Yo, Chotamate, why aren't y'all at school?
She asked suspiciously.
School is for fools, Applejack.
Yo, bitch, you start talking to me?
Miss Shirley and us out early today,
Apple Bloom mentioned casually as she gathered some Zap apple fritters to take up to her room. But her sister wasn't going to let it off that easily.
And why would Cheerily y'all out early? Applejack pressed. What happened? Well, nobody knows exactly what happened,
Scootaloo offered up. Apple Bloom shot her a look, but Scootaloo rolled her eyes and continued. Yo, don't silence me, woman! Girl.
Something messed up the schoolhouse. The whole place was a disaster. And then whatever did it grabbed Pip and flew him around the room.
Say what now? Applejack exclaimed at Granny Smith, and Big Mac stopped what they were doing to listen. Wait, who's saying this one?
A few of the ponies in class think the new student has something to do with all of it. But we don't know that's for sure yet,
Sweetie Belle added.
It's that new family up on Horseshoe Hill,
Granny Smith said.
That house has been empty for more moons than I care to count. Something strange about it.
Yep, Big Mac agreed. It's a ghost house. It's Pony Busters. We're going to call it Pony Busters.
Well, nobody knows for sure,
Granny said, placing some pies on the windowsill to cool.
But there's a reason it's been empty for so long. The ponies who lived there before, something wasn't right about them, if I recall.
Wait, are they on about, like, that house that's always seen in the background of Sweet Apple Acres? Like, that one freaking house? Where they held, like, a festival or some shit? If that's the case, then that's going to bring a whole lore to, like, this one building we keep seeing at the back of the Sweet Apple Acres. Like, the barn and shit like that. They're going to give a building a backstory. Okay. If you guys have watched the show, if you know what building I'm talking about, I think that's the building they're talking about. Anyway.
Oh, that's just a bunch of old ponies' tales.
Applejack, when it comes to old ponytails, they always come true. Come on. You can keep dismissing it all you want, element of honesty, but you know it's fucking true. Come on. Whether the Wendigo was just a fluke. Applejack scoffed. She turned back to the Crusaders.
You said something grabbed Pip and spun him? That sounds dangerous. Maybe I should head over to the castle, round up the others, and we can...
If it's a friendship problem or no friendship problem, we're solving this shit. We're running out of ideas.
No, it's fine,
Apple Bloom said, louder than she intended. Everybody stopped and looked at her.
Well, it don't sound fine to me, Applejack insisted. And it won't hurt for me to mention the Twilight. Ponies in Equestria somehow managed to survive before you and your friends came along, you know.
Oh! Burn, Apple Bloom. Put your sister in your place. Oh my God. Well, I mean, she isn't wrong. Yo, Apple Bloom is spitting out the truth right now, more than the element of honesty. That's crazy. Applejack stared at her sister in surprise. Yo, am I being fucking outsmarted by my younger sister? Jeez, maybe I shouldn't have been homeschooled.
Well, of course I know that. I'm just worried about you is all. Of course you're worried about me.
No, she rolled her eyes.
Of course you're worried about me,
Apple Bloom said, rolling her eyes.
You're the almighty Applejack, hero of Equestria. And I'm just your little sister who can't do anything on her own.
Apple Bloom stormed out of the kitchen and slammed the door. Oh, come on, door abuse? We already got book abuse. We already got door abuse. Yo! We're filling out the bingo cards, ladies and gentlemen. All because Apple Bloom thought that she can't take care of herself. I think it was like in season 1, and again, Bridal Gossip, right? Where she's like, oh, you think I can't take care of my sister? Of my own self? Fuck you, Applejack! And she went out to the Everfree Forest and fixed all of their problems with a cure for Sakura. So she kind of taught them what for. She'll teach her the same lesson again. Okay, Apple Bloom stormed out of the kitchen and slammed the door, leaving a very confused Apple family and the Zap Apple Fritters behind her. Yeah, I mean, she did spit some bars, right? You gotta leave, you gotta make an exit, right? Chapter 7. Apple Bloom sat at a table inside Sugar Cube Corner, eating one of Mrs. Cakes' cupcakes. It wasn't as good as anything Granny Smith was currently baking. You backsass of cooking. I was into baking more, but I mean, to be fair, Applejack has more of a heritage, but I think Mrs. Cake came after. But on the plus side, there was no annoying big there was no annoying big sister here trying to do everything for her. You know what episode I hated in season 4? When Applejack was trying to be some sort of soccer mom, be very protective around Apple Bloom. That was probably like one of the worst episodes in season 4. I think that's why Apple Bloom is kind of like conjuring up memories of her being too fucking overprotective, just because she didn't want her to go and have an adventure, and she was a bit old enough to do her things by herself. Look how far she's come. Apple Bloom heard the door open, and knew without looking it was Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle. Yeah, I can smell your asses from a mile away. You can't hide those smells. They both sat down at the table and waited a few minutes before saying anything.
So,
Scootaloo finally broke the silence.
That was interesting.
Apple Bloom was embarrassed. She hadn't planned on blowing up at her sister, especially in front of her friends. I mean, she needs to hear the truth, girl. She knew Applejack just wanted to help. But if her assistant was going to run around saving the day all the time, yo, don't be gel. Don't be gel. You got Big Mac, right? Big Mac was also gel in season 5. Why do you think he dressed up as a drag queen one time? He also wanted to be like Applejack, but then Applejack was like, yo, you're my special guy. You know that? I don't need Applejack. I got you, Big Mac. You're cool. And that's also another heartwarming episode, despite the transphobia around it and shit like that. It's also a really heartwarming episode. Season 5 has a couple of heartwarming episodes, and I like season 5 for that. But yeah, I don't think she has to be jealous. I mean, why do you think she went to the School of Friendship instead? Come on, guys. Right. But if her sister was going to run around saving the day all the time, what did that leave for Apple Bloom to do?
We got out, cutie marks. We're not little fillies anymore.
Apple Bloom exclaimed. Yo, this is a character arc. Character development.
When Applejack was my age, she had already defeated Nightmare Moon.
What? How old were you? What? Wait, how old was Applejack when she defeated Nightmare Moon? She must be still in her 20s, right? I guess she's just projecting, I guess.
Actually,
Scootaloo said, doing the math in her head.
I don't think they were quite this young when the point is...
Apple Bloom interrupted. Yo, big think. No smarts. Apple Bloom's trying to be a boomer. A child trying to be a boomer.
Yo, back in my day, we went to school. And we did remote learning on Zoom.
What the fuck, dude?
We put virtual reality headsets on our heads, and we played freaking Super Hot for an hour.
I'm sorry, I just can't go with that idea. It's so funny.
Helping other ponies find their cutie marks is nice and all, but...
She trailed off.
But our sisters and their friends save Equestria every other day.
Because they have the elements of harmony. That makes them special. Just gonna say that out loud. Maybe when they all die, you freaking be the elements of harmony for a change. Why not? I mean, in season 10, there's literally freaking nations that have their own trees of harmony. I mean, come on. It's not out of the ballpark, kids.
Yeah.
Apple Bloom agreed.
We got some big hooves to fill.
Actually, small. Scootaloo put her wing on Apple Bloom's shoulder. Aww.
Look, we get it. Sweetie Belle feels the same way being Rarity's sister. And every pony knows I wish I were half as awesome as Rainbow Dash. But comparing yourself to the most heroic ponies in Equestria, one of whom happens to be your sister, is a lot of pressure. I know,
Apple Bloom admitted.
But I guess I just figured this stuff with Lily Moon happened at our schoolhouse. With a pony our age. I was hoping it was something we could handle ourselves.
Well, you did. Why do you think the comics titles share the same name as this one? They just did it. They didn't fucking question shit. They just fucking did it. No moping involved. Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle glanced at each other and nodded.
Well then, let's handle it,
Scootaloo said, grinning.
Really?
Apple Bloom asked.
I guess so,
Sweetie Belle said with a little nervously. Sweetie Belle said a little nervously. Right, I meant that wrong.
I mean, if I'm gonna do something completely terrifying, I may as well do it with my two best friends, right? We're the Cutie Mark Crusaders,
Scootaloo said.
We've done everything together for as long as you can remember. So if you figuring out what's going on with Lily Moon is our next big mission, then you can count on us.
Apple Bloom hugged her friends. Aww. She really was the luckiest pony in the whole world. Well, right next to four-leaf clover. She's also lucky, but not as lucky as you.
Well, let's go over what we know so far. Lily Moon's family is from Transylvania, and they live up in that house on Horseshoe Hill. Granny said something was up in that place. Maybe we could start there? Or...
Scootaloo said, slamming her hooves on the table. Or we return to the scene of the crime! She smiled triumphantly. Everybody listened to that. Everybody noticed that. That's a little identification thing.
the schoolhouse?
Sweetie Belle asked.
No.
The Everfree Forest, Scootaloo corrected.
Technically, that's not the scene of the crime,
Sweetie Belle said matter-of-factly. Nerd.
That's just where we spotted her.
While the two of them bickered, Apple Bloom glanced out the window.
Ah, you know what I mean?
Scootaloo rolled her eyes.
I just don't know why it makes sense to...
Sweetie Belle began, but Apple Bloom interrupted her.
Scootaloo, you're a genius!
Apple Bloom announced.
I am?
Scootaloo asked. Yeah, your IQ was risen, right? And your persona map just got up by 1. Apple Bloom pointed. Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo looked out the window, and sure enough, there was Lily Moon, sneaking right back into the Everfree Forest. You're the stalker. Don't worry, we'll get the camouflage. You dress as America, and I'll dress as Japan. Chapter 8. Yo, like the infinity symbol. Yo.
We can't just go rushing after her like we did last time,
Apple Bloom said to the others as they hurried out of Sugar Cube Corner. Yo, getting a cutie mark? That's like the equivalent of going through puberty, right? If you really think about it, hot guys, just getting a cutie mark no matter what age you... No, wait, that wouldn't make sense because if you were like old enough to get a cutie mark, like around 50, and you already passed puberty, there's like, I don't know. It's just a weird allegory that I made up in my head.
Well, what do you suggest? She's already got a head start,
Scootaloo said impatiently. Apple Bloom looked ahead. She could see Lily Moon was headed toward the same tree with the same big roots she had climbed over yesterday. If they just rushed after her, they would probably lose her again. Apple Bloom examined the options. For options, she saw a larger entrance nearby with a clearer path.
There!
Apple Bloom pointed.
We can enter the forest through there, so we don't have to go crawling through the trees and bushes. It will let us get a little bit ahead, and then
we can beat her up. No, actually, we
can just wait for her. Yeah, I got a bit ahead of myself.
The other two nodded, and they veered towards the entrance.
And we're sure that is how we'd want to spend our afternoon?
Yeah, I kind of want to play card.
Yo, get your head out of that car. This is real life.
This is real life. We're ponies in the Equestria. Real life. Sweetie Belle asked one more time.
Yes,
Apple Bloom insisted. They entered the forest and ran as quickly as they could down the path. Once she thought they were far enough ahead, Apple Bloom motioned for the other two to slow down. Think like tank. They stopped and listened. Sure enough, in addition to the usual spooky sounds of the forest, they could hear some pony walking through bushes and making just enough noise to be heard.
This way, y'all,
Apple Bloom whispered, as she stepped off the path and picked her way carefully through the overgrown forest. And then she bumped into a place called Thicket.
That's just... Never mind, keep going.
After all, it wouldn't do them any good if Lily Moon heard them coming. As they got farther away from the path, Apple Bloom quickly realized that, as many times as the Crusaders had been in the Everfree Forest, and they had been in there more often than most, that actually is in the freaking book, they had never been in this particular part before. Apple Bloom recalled Sakura had once mentioned that the forest was much bigger than most ponies realized, like it's some sort of labyrinth. Even ponies who thought they understood the Everfree Forest. Apple Bloom was beginning to appreciate just how little she actually knew about it. Something about this part of the forest seemed wilder, more dangerous than the parts she knew, and those parts were no trot in the park. Again, that is also in parentheses. Up ahead, she saw what looked like a clearing, and heard what she hoped was Lily Moon. She motioned to Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle, and the three of them crept up to a large tree with vines hanging from its branches.
You know, I kind of need to...
I should have probably picked whitetail woods over this shit. Why can't it be whitetail woods? It's more tamer, and we get to deal with trash. They brushed the vines to the side and peered slowly around the tree. Lily Moon stood in the clearing. She was using her horn to levitate large rocks and stack them on top of one another.
Look,
whispered Sweetie Belle.
It's just like the books in the schoolhouse. She was the one doing it,
replied Scootaloo.
But why is she doing it out here?
Whispered Apple Bloom. Lily Moon continued stacking rocks and glancing around the forest, as if she were expecting some pony to show up. And it turned out to be Sombra! No, probably not. Apple Bloom took a step forward to get a closer look and stepped on the twig. Oh, great, you blew it! Whose puppets are these? You failed the mission. You created a time paradox. It was small and made the tiniest snap, but it was enough to get Lily Moon's attention. She turned toward the Crusaders and stared at Apple Bloom, surprised.
Lily Moon, we got a couple of questions for you,
Apple Bloom said sturdily as she stepped toward her.
Right, y'all?
She heard behind her. Apple Bloom turned. Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo were wrapped up in vines! Oh no! Oh god, I don't know enough head time to know where this is going. Also played the vine boom sound. Boom. Their mouths were covered, and they were being pulled slowly up onto the branches of the tree! Well, it's a tree of harmony compromised again. God damn it, Discord! Fucking hell. It's all back season 4 all over again. Or was this just like normal vines, every forest shit, you know? Or maybe Lily Moon is a tentacle creature. I don't know. Chapter 9.
Lily Moon, stop it!
Apple Bloom yelled. But when she turned, Lily Moon was gone. In the panic, Apple Bloom rushed toward the tree. She jumped up to grab her friends, but they were already too high to reach. She wasn't sure what to do. She looked around frantically, but there was nothing nearby she could use to reach them. So instead, she did what any Apple family member in her position would do. She started bucking the tree. Hard! Yeah! I mean, it's the only thing we know how to do. All we know how to do is buck. And that's exactly... I think there's always a line in the manga where Applejack was saying, like, I may not know everything about dark matter and things like that, but I know where to hit a bucking... I know where to buck a tree. That's all I know. It's pretty much simplistic shit.
Put
buck
my
book
friends
book
down.
buck. I like saying that. This is a good break. Surprisingly, this actually had an effect. The vines around Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo loosened enough for them to get their mouths free. Maybe the vines had enough kinks filled one day.
It's working!
Scootaloo yelled.
Keep hitting it!
You're gonna need thunder and you're gonna create lightning, Apple Bloom! Apple Bloom reared back her hooves when she felt something down near the ground. She looked and saw more vines wrapping themselves around her. The vines tugged, and, with a scream, Apple Bloom was pulled up into the air to join the others.
This is really bad,
Sweetie Belle groaned.
It's not that bad,
Apple Bloom, as she tried unsuccessfully to grab on a branch to stop her steady ascent.
Not that bad?
Sweetie Belle exclaimed.
A giant tree is pulling us to our doom, and nobody even knows we're out here.
How can it get any worse? I mean, if you say that. Next page. A noise caught the Crusaders' attention, and they all turned to see Lily Moon standing nearby, watching the tree pull them harder and harder.
Well,
said Scootaloo.
Some pony knows when they're here where we are.
She glared down at Lily Moon.
So this is your plan? We catch you doing whatever it is you're doing out here? So you have this tree attack us? We're the Cutie Mark Crusaders! We're gonna get out of this easily!
Scootaloo struggled harder, but the vines around them tightened. No, think back to the spiders. Think back to the claw spiders. Just stay calm. Lily Moon didn't say anything. Instead, she rushed over to the trunk of the tree and started feeling around with her hooves. Whatever she was doing caused the tree to pull at the vines faster, as if it was in a hurry to do whatever it planned to do to the ponies.
Lily Moon, please!
Shouted Apple Bloom.
You don't have to do this!
Lily Moon ignored Apple Bloom as she continued surging around with her hooves. She reached underneath a lower branch and the entire tree shuddered. All right, there's a hidden switch. She pressed harder, and the tree began to sway back and forth. Yo, how strong is this girl? Jesus, how old is she, like 10? Earth Pony, am I right? The Crusaders all screamed as they rocked along with the tree. Lady Moon looked up one last time before rushing off into the forest.
Great!
Scootaloo yelled.
She sticks her tree on us and takes off! What now? Help us! Ellie Pony!
Sweetie Belle yelled. Scootaloo and Apple Bloom joined in.
We're being eaten by a tree!
Scootaloo yelled. The tree continued swaying. As it did, the vines around the ponies loosened. Oh, okay. So it's just like playing rockabye with a tree. They quickly became loose enough for the ponies to untangle themselves. Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Sweetie Belle jumped down and ran a safe distance away before turning back to watch the swaying tree. As they did, the tree slowed its back and forth motion until it eventually once again stood still. The vines dropped and hung innocently, but the Crusader now knew better than to approach it.
Why did it let us go?
Sweetie Belle asked.
I bet our yelling scared it.
Yeah, I can't handle the whining. Yeah, keep whining, Sweetie Belle. Scootaloo said confidently.
Seriously?
Sweetie Belle asked.
I don't think free ponies scared out of their minds screaming for help stopped the hungry tree. Lily Moon left,
Apple Bloom said, looking in the direction she ran.
As soon as she was gone, the tree stopped attacking us. She was doing it. Yeah, because we know she's the one who messed up the schoolhouse and attacked Pip,
Scootaloo said angrily.
Should we go tell somebody? Like, maybe our sisters?
What about the police? No, they exist in Manhattan. I don't think Ponyville has a police station.
No,
Apple Bloom insisted.
We're going to Lily Moon's house on Horseshoe Hill, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. I knew that's what you were going to say,
Sweetie Belle said with a heavy sigh. I mean, come on. I mean, again, if I could go to the police, would you think that'd be any better? They'll probably arrest me. I bucked a tree hard. I committed tree violation. Laws. Or some shit. I don't know. Whatever the freaking celestial sisters have notarized. Chapter 10. If Diamond Tiara hadn't told the Cunimar Crusaders where the house on Horseshoe Hill was, Apple Bloom was sure they would never have found it. Now that she was looking at it, she recognized it was by far one of the largest houses in Ponyville. Like a mansion? Probably a mansion. But it was so tucked out of the way that she had probably passed it hundreds of times in her life and never noticed it. Well, imagine Apple Bloom having a large house in Ponyville and you keep walking by it as if it wasn't there. It's a ghost house. Ponyville and the Everfree Forest were right next to each other, but there was usually a clear division where one ended and the other began. High on the hilltop, the house blended into the forest. Was it like next to the castle of the two sisters or something? I don't know. Almost like it was a part of it. Vines wrapped around the walls of the 5-story cottage. Oh, great. It got invaded. Got invaded by the vines. Trees grew right next to it and branches brushed against the window. The cottage itself seemed to be somehow wilder than other buildings in Ponyville.
Wow,
Scootaloo said, studying the house.
This is definitely the scariest house in Ponyville.
Sweetie Belle finished.
Yeah, definitely the scariest house in Ponyville.
You know what's also the scariest house in Ponyville? Twilight's Castle.
It's just a house, y'all,
Apple Bloom insisted.
Now, let's go get a better look.
The ponies crept up the hill, careful to stay close to the trees and bushes so they wouldn't be spotted by any pony. Again, classical Apple Bloom, not being scared by things that are usually scaring her. Just like in Season 1. They crept even closer to the house. The vines growing up against the wall wrapped tightly around the windows. Great, Sweetie Belle muttered. More vines. This is the most viniest book I have ever read. Why isn't a book full of vines? Come on. Make it more authentic. Make it more like fucking... Is this going to be like freaking Jumanji, but with ponies? That'd be so fucking funny. They get like a board game, and they start rolling die, and then vines invade the house. It'd be so cool. Apple Bloom rolled her eyes and pushed the vines out of the way with her hoof. Apparently she has a pocket knife hidden inside her hoof. Through the window, they could see what looked like a workroom. There were jars filled with all kinds of things, strange plants lining the walls, lab equipment set out on tables, and 2 unicorns, one male, one female, wearing goggles and standing next to a large cauldron. Either they're scientists or witches. Either one of those two. They had the same lavender complexion, blue mane, and piercing violet eyes as Lily Moon.
Do you think those are Lily Moon's parents?
Scootaloo whispered. Apple shushed her and kept watching. One of the unicorns, the male, poured vials filled with different liquids into the cauldron. The other unicorn plucked leaves off a nearby plant and dropped them into the mixture as well. The cauldron bubbled violently as purple smoke poured out onto the floor.
What kind of potion is that?
Apple Bloom wondered aloud. She squinted. It was getting harder to see what was going on. The window was so foggy.
Apple Bloom?
Scootaloo tapped her with her hoof. Apple Bloom turned and realized it wasn't just the window getting all foggy. A mist had come out of nowhere and surrounded them. No, it's evil mist! Goddamn evil mist! It's coming back to bite me after season 1. Apple Bloom and the others tried to back away from the window, but the hooves stuck to the ground as if it were made of taffy.
Gross!
Scootaloo yelled as her hooves sank into the ground.
I can't move!
Sweetie Belle squeaked as she tried in vain to back away from the window. A chuckle echoed around them, but they couldn't see any pony through the fog.
Who's there?
Apple Bloom asked.
What do you want?
What do I want? A crackly voice asked with another chuckle. I'm not the one snooping into other ponies' business now, am I? A glowing horn appeared as the fog swirled away, revealing an old unicorn. She was at least as old as Granny Smith, if not older, and had a tangled grey mess of a mane. She studied the Crusaders carefully.
Auntie Eclipse thinks you should answer your own question. What do you want?
Before anybody could answer, an explosion from inside the house engulfed them all in smoke. Yo, explosions! In My Little Pony, yeah! We're gonna get back to that shit. It's gonna be rainbow explosions, I guess. Chapter 11. In the commotion after the blast, Apple Bloom realized she could move her hooves again. She could hear Auntie Eclipse coughing and didn't waste any time. She turned to run in the opposite direction.
Run, yo! This way!
She yelled. Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle followed her, leaving the old unicorn behind him. I can't see anything, I'm blind! Sweetie Belle called.
This way! Follow my voice!
Apple Bloom shouted back.
Follow my sexy and sultry loud voice!
The purple fog was beginning to clear up, as Apple Bloom could just make out the path that had taken that would lead them back to Ponyville. But before she could get there, another unicorn jumped in her way, blocking them.
Over here, Auntie!
She yelled. The fog had cleared enough for Apple Bloom to see the pony clearly. She was slightly older than the Crusaders and looked like Lily Moon, but in reverse. Wait, Rule 63? What? Okay. A blue coat, a lavender tail, and a lavender mane, with a single black streak running through it. I have a feeling that she's, like, hot or something. I don't know when you describe her like that. Probably be Swiftfoot, but it's like black mane and shit. She lowered her head, and her horn glowed brightly, lifting the Crusaders off the ground. Sabotage! Finally, someone uses their horn to actually trap them.
Hey! Let us down!
Scootaloo yelled. The unicorn horn glowed again, and the Crusaders suddenly found they were unable to speak. Oh shit, she knows the silence spell. Shit. Well, we're dead. YOLO.
Well done, Amber Moon,
Auntie Eclipse said, as she walked slowly toward them.
Now we can get some answers. Is every pony okay?
The female unicorn with the goggles came rushing out of the house. She saw Auntie Eclipse and the other unicorn, Amber Moon, with the floating Crusaders.
What's going on out here?
She asked cautiously. Well, that didn't work, the male pony said as he walked outside. We're never going to be able to break into the live wood if we...
Blue Moon!
The female unicorn said loudly, interrupting his thought mid-sentence.
We have intruders!
The male unicorn, Blue Moon, raised his goggles and studied the Crusaders. Intruders? They're just...
sticking their snouts where they don't belong,
Auntie Eclipse insisted. She turned to the Crusaders.
Now, who are you and what are you?
Auntie! Amber Moon gasped. Look! Auntie Eclipse and the others followed Amber Moon's gaze. She was staring at the Crusaders, matching cutie marks. Oh, the great gospel truth. They're going to be treating them like freaking worshipping gods now. Oh my god. Oh, okay. If they're blank flags, would you treat them like outsiders? That's probably what it's going to be, isn't it?
Well, look at that. Well, look at that.
Blue Moon whispered. He studied the Crusaders with renewed interest. Who in Equestria are the three of you?
I know who they are,
said a voice from the doorstep. Everybody turned to see a Marvel-style reveal. Lily Moon.
They go to my school. I'll deal with them. You didn't mention you were going to have guests,
the female unicorn with the goggles said.
Sorry, Mother,
Lily Moon said calmly, her eyes never leaving the Crusaders.
It must have slipped my mind.
Lily Moon's mother nodded to Amber Moon. I keep saying Amber Horn. God damn it. It'd be so funny if it actually is. Her horn flashed as she released the Crusaders. So they know high-level magic. I think Twilight and the Lily Moon's parents are probably going to have a final battle later on in the books, I guess. Dropping them gently to the ground. Lily Moon's mother looked down at them, her eyes darting to their cutie marks.
I'm Lumination, Lily's mother.
She didn't smile as she spoke. In fact, she didn't seem particularly friendly at all.
This is their father, Blue Moon, her sister, Amber Moon, and our aunt Eclipse.
Each of the unicorns nodded to the Crusaders.
Lily Moon doesn't often bring friends around. We apologize for any confusion. No problem,
Amber Bloom said, watching Lily Moon carefully as she spoke.
We just wanted to stop by and see how y'all were liking Ponyville so far.
It's a little too nosy for my taste.
Yo, wait till you go to Griffinstone. You'll love it. They're all narcissistic douchebags over there. A look from... Is that why you decided to stay near the Everfree Forest? Hermits? A look from Illumination quieted her. Silence, old boomer! The grown-ups are talking. Blue Moon grinned wildly at the Crusaders, like he was trying a bit too hard to be friendly and normal. Personally, I find Ponyville full of surprises, he said. For example, I see you all have matching cutie marks. That's definitely different. The entire family looked at the Crusaders expectantly.
Yeah, it's actually pretty awesome.
Scooter showed off her cutie mark. Yo, look at my butt! Isn't it amazing? This is how my collection's complete.
Ponies are always interested, since we've got the only matching cutie marks in Equestria.
I wouldn't be so sure about that,
Auntie Eclipse whispered. Apple Bloom looked more closely at Lily Moon's family's cutie marks. Where Lily Moon had her spell book, Amber Moon had a potion bottle, Lumination had a leaf, and Blue Moon had a star. But on top of those symbols, they each had the exact same bright moon, smoke, and lightning! Plot twists! They're not the only people who have matching cutie marks. That's kind of a weird trend when it comes to cutie marks. I thought cutie marks were supposed to represent your natural talents, right? But there are like matching cutie marks out there that kind of be matched with like a duo and trio of people. Because there's usually a point where people can actually like recognize that they got a cutie mark alone, or when they're with like friends or with trios or duos or stuff like that. So it's getting like matching cutie marks like a rare occurrence when it comes to requiring your special talent in like Equestria or some shit like that. I don't know. Maybe the doctors will come out have a reason for that. Lily Moon's family had matching cutie marks, just like the Cutie Mark Crusaders. It's the Lily Moon brew scientists potion unicorns. Yeah, working title. Chapter 12. That's the true mystery. Is matching cutie marks like a percentage of 12% or something like that? Despite Lily Moon's family wanted to know absolutely everything about the CMCs and their matching cutie marks, Lily Moon convinced them she needed to talk to her friends alone. Well, you know that shit's gonna go down real fast. She brought the Crusaders into Auntie Eclipse's library. She does work there, actually. Crusaders into Auntie... Oh, there were some old and dusty chairs, tables, and couches scattered throughout the room. A large map of Equestria hung on one wall. Yo, I'm some of that. Law building. Below it was an equally large map of what looked like the Everfree Forest. Yo, fan artist, you better get on that shit, because it might describe all of it. There were strange artifacts lying around, and of course, Most of the room was filled ceiling to floor with shelves of ancient old books. The best sniffable books. Lily Moon slid the library door closed and turned to glare at the Crusaders.
What are you doing here?
She asked.
We'll ask the questions!
Yeah, it's going to turn into an interrogation. Did I not just say?
We saw what you were doing those books in the forest. Just like the books in the schoolhouse. We caught you red-hoofed. Don't try to deny it. You don't know what you're talking about.
Lily Moon responded flatly.
Oh yeah? Then why did you have your tree attack us?
Scootaloo demanded. Lily Moon snorted and rolled her eyes.
I saved the three of you from that poison joke tree.
I mean, I did say poison joke before. I was joking. So there's a tree that sprouts poison joke. It's like, can we just like chop it? Prevent all this shit from happening again? We found the source. Get some torches and pitchforks. Let's burn it at the stake. Anyway.
I saved the three of you from that poison joke tree because you obviously have no idea how to take care of yourselves in the forest. Poison joke tree? I thought poison joke was on the ground,
Folie Belle said. Apple Bloom wasn't sure what to think. Lily Moon sighed.
Poison joke also grows on trees. It's rare, but it happens. The vines pull you up until the leaves infect you.
That's kind of dark. Yeah, that is kind of dark. It just snares you onto the tree, and then you're just gonna suffer until you find a cure from Sakura. So, not a bad dark thing.
The only way to get free is to find the tree's ticklish spot.
You were tickling the tree?
Sweetie Belle asked incredulously.
You saved us?
Of course I did.
Lily Moon arched an eyebrow.
I wasn't going to let you get hurt just because you were spying on me.
We were spying on you because of what you did at the schoolhouse.
Apple Bloom shot back.
I wasn't the one who did that to the schoolhouse,
Lily Moon said angrily. But then her face fell, and she looked away.
But I am still the one who's responsible,
she added quietly.
Say what now?
Apple Bloom asked. Lily Moon studied the Crusaders as if she was weighing her options. Again, choose your option.
It was a bogle,
she finally said.
What's a bogle?
Asked Scootaloo.
A bogle is a creature that lives deep in forests. They're very rare, just like poison joke trees.
Lily Moon's cold exterior melted slightly as she explained things.
Are they scary looking?
Asked Sweetie Belle.
Nobody knows exactly what they look like.
They're invisible! Well, that explains why, Lily Moon exclaimed.
In fact, there's a lot ponies don't know about them.
We don't know about a lot of things. We're just allergic to writing about shit. There's plenty of things in the question that have yet remained undiscovered. This is another new thing where Celestial Luna's like, oh yeah, we kind of forgot that they existed. Whoops. 1,000 years take a toll on a long-term memory. Boy. I was busy banishing my sister to the moon and being in another parallel universe with another Luna inside of it. You can understand my preconceptions, right? She walked over to one of the bookshelves and searched.
That's why my family moved here,
she added.
For bogles?
Asked Apple Bloom.
No.
Lily Moon said as she searched.
To be closer to the Everfree Forest. It's kind of a set obsession, to be honest. There's just so much ponies don't know about it. Here!
She used her horn to levitate a book off the shelf, placing it on a nearby table.
The Lost Creatures of Equestria.
She read as she blew dust off the covers. Yo, I'm getting some more lore! Let's go! They're reading books, and I'm reading a book.
This book contains the only recorded mention of bogles.
Lily Moon flipped through the book until she came to the page she was looking for.
Bogles tend to keep to themselves,
she said.
They're very territorial and mark their nests with elaborate decoration. Methods can include, but are not limited to, scratching symbols on trees, bright colors, stacking and levitation of objects. Basically, anything that makes their nest look as unique as possible. They get furious if anything disturbs their home.
Lily Moon looked down at her hooves.
I wanted to absorb a bogle in its natural habitat. I found a nest when I went into the forest after school, but the bogle wasn't there. I went back and checked again this morning. I didn't think it was there. I should have been more careful. I knocked over a couple of rocks.
She sighed and continued reading.
Once provoked, the bogle abandons its nest and tracks the creature who disturbed it. It builds a new nest in the victim's home. If it likes its new surroundings more than its old nest, it's almost impossible to force it to leave.
Lily Moon looked at the Crusaders.
I got to the schoolhouse early. So did the bogle. I think it really likes the schoolhouse. Wow.
So this really was all your fault! Scootaloo blurted out. Lily Moon looked away, embarrassed. Yo, you'll make a great prosecutor, Scootaloo. You'll make a great prosecutor. But not a judge. Not a judge.
Okay.
Apple Bloom said.
No use crying over spilled cider. How do we get rid of it? That's the problem,
Lily Moon said, flipping to the next page.
It doesn't say anything else about bogles. I was hoping when class started, all the noise would scare it off. But that obviously didn't happen. So I tried rebuilding its old nest, hoping it would miss it and return. But I don't think it wants to leave the schoolhouse.
She looked at the Crusaders, and for the first time, she wasn't glaring at them. She seemed scared.
I don't think there is a way to get rid of it.
Yo. Apple Bloom, get my gun. I'm about to actually get Starlight Glimmer and just banish it to another parallel limbo state or some shit like that. There's plenty of multiple ways to kill it. Twilight's got a spell. If there's anything that needs fixing, Twilight's got a spell for that. Come on. Unless, Sweetie Belle, do you know any more advanced spells? I didn't think so. Chapter 13. So we actually got delved into like a new creature who I think is sort of the Everfree Forest creature, I guess. There's a lot of creatures in the Everfree Forest that we don't know about, I guess, but a bogle, it's just an invisible creature. Like a chameleon or something? A giant chameleon, that kind of thing. Chapter 13.
There has to be some way to get rid of it,
Scootaloo insisted.
This is your aunt's library, right? Maybe we could ask her? No!
Lily Moon said firmly.
We can't do that! Why not?
Sweetie Belle asked.
Because...
Lily Moon glanced back, making sure the door to the foyer was still closed.
I'm not supposed to go out into the forest without them. So what would you do out here?
Apple Bloom asked. Parental supervision is annoying. I know, right? Hold on. Let me check to see if I'm actually still streaming. Sorry. I thought it actually broke on me. No, it broke on me. No. Oh, no, it's still going. Sorry. Yeah, I thought it actually broke on me, but it's fine. It's fine. What was that? Where was I? Oh, Lily Moon sat down in one of the ancient chairs, and a cloud of dust flew around her. Okay. Hold on, let me close my stream. I don't want to waste my freaking bandwidth.
My father is an expert on reading the stars, astrology, science, magic. My mother spent her life studying the plants of Equestria.
Oh, she's a herbalist. All right.
She can recognize every leaf, root, branch, and berry that exists, especially the ones with magical properties. My sister is natural with potions and spells, and Auntie Eclipse, well, she knows everything about anything that has ever happened in Equestria.
Even more than Granny Smith? Boomer knowledge, am I right? They know everything, except for the things they don't know about.
They sound smart. Why don't we want to ask them how to get rid of the bogle again?
Sweetie Belle asked, confused.
I can hear exactly what they would say.
Lily Moon groaned. Oh, Lily Moon, you shouldn't have gone out alone. Oh, Lily Moon, don't mess with things you don't understand. Oh, Lily Moon, why can't you be brilliant and amazing just like the rest of us? Oh, Lily Moon, why are you such a disappointment? Are you implying that they didn't want to give birth to you? And that they're disappointed with a child who knows way too much? You could have gone to a different school, but now we had to go to Ponyville. Or maybe she's just being very sarcastic. Lily Moon frowned at the Crusaders.
My family has very high expectations.
So does Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon's family. What of it?
I was exploring the forests of Transylvania with my mother when I got my cutie mark.
Good for you, girl.
We were studying the flight patterns of peritons. What's a periton?
asked Scootaloo.
Not now!
Yo, bitch! Back on the topic at hand! Scolded Apple Bloom. She nodded to Lilymoon to continue.
I wasn't sure what a book had to do with magical creatures. I thought maybe I was supposed to study and catalog them. That's why I was trying to study the bogle. I don't know. I just want to show my family I'm good at something. You all wouldn't understand. Actually,
Apple Bloom said.
I think we have a pretty good idea of what it's like to want to figure out what you're good at and prove yourself to ponies you look up to. You do?
Lilymoon asked.
Definitely.
Apple Bloom turned to the others.
So, Crusaders, what do you say? I say we gotta come up with a plan to catch a bogle.
Scootaloo said.
I see I'm gonna regret everything about this.
Sweetie Belle said with a groan. Lilymoon stared at the Crusaders. She looked confused.
Why would you help me?
She asked.
Because we're Sonic heroes! Oh, wait. We're the Cutie Mark Crusaders, damn it! That's what friends do.
Apple Bloom responded simply.
I don't have friends.
I have 1 million followers on TikTok. I don't need friends. Sorry. There was that line in one of the Equestrian Girls movies where she just says that, and it made me fucking laugh my ass off.
I don't have friends,
Lilymoon replied.
Well, with that attitude, I can see why.
Scootaloo fired back. Apple Bloom shot her a look.
What?
Scootaloo asked innocently. Yo, too soon. Stop spinning the truth. That's my job.
She's right.
Lilymoon admitted.
I don't know if you noticed, but my family isn't exactly warm and fuzzy. I guess I've...
relationships, according to my statistics, is a waste of time. Facts prove it. Come on.
I guess I've always come across a little different. So nobody ever asked to be my friend, and I never tried.
Well, you got 3 friends now,
Apple Bloom said.
And we're gonna help you fix this.
Thank you,
Lilymoon said, relief flooding her face.
Now,
Apple Bloom said.
Let's fit this through.
She paced back and forth.
You said bogles like decorating their nests, right?
Lilymoon nodded.
And they hate when any pony disturbs them? Pit found that out the hard way.
Scootaloo reminded them.
Well then, the first part of the plan is easy.
We piss on his territory.
We mess up the schoolhouse and make the bogle mad.
Apple Bloom said to the others.
That is a terrible plan.
Oh, you all got one better, Sweetie Belle? That's what I thought.
I don't know about you ponies, but I would prefer it not to be grabbed by my hooves and tossed around the room by an invisible monster.
He would have to catch us first.
Scootaloo said confidently.
That could work.
Lilymoon said.
But then what? It didn't leave the schoolhouse last time. I think it likes it too much in there. Yeah, but if we had something better, we could lead it.
Scootaloo thought aloud. Pastries.
It's gonna have to be really nice to convince it to leave.
Lilymoon pointed out.
Well, no offense, but your rock stacks weren't all that impressive.
Yeah, I think Piggy should learn. Actually, if you talk to Magpie, she'll let you know how to do stack rocking hard. Because Ma does that shit at the Rock Academy. Yeah, Rock Academy. They all sat and thought about it.
Maybe the bogle is just tired of living in the woods.
Sweetie Belle suggested. Yeah, the Everfree Forest is kind of boring if you keep visiting it around like 30 times. It's just a Smurf area, come on. I need new creatures, come on, assholes.
How does that help us?
Scootaloo asked, rolling her eyes.
Unless you want to let it live with you and Rarity? No way!
Sweetie Belle squeaked.
Rarity loves her boutique. And she's scary when you mess with her stuff.
She turns into Reagan. Yeah, she turns into Reagan.
Wait a minute!
Apple Bloom exclaimed. No, she'd be like,
wait a minute! I bet the bogle would love Rarity stuff too. It's way prettier than rocks and sticks in the woods.
Unless it's filled with glitter. Then it's pretty.
What? No!
Sweetie Belle squealed nervously.
We are not setting a bogle loose in my sister's shop.
But Discord, that's fine.
Of course not,
Apple Bloom said.
But we are gonna need to borrow some of her stuff. Here's what we're gonna do.
We're gonna raid her carousel boutique and nick her business assets. If she loses money, fuck her. We got a bogle to get rid of. Chapter 14. I mean, it reminds me of that one episode in Rarity Takes Manhattan, right? Where she literally just uses hotel accessories to make her new line of clothes. And I remember like a lot of people got really antsy about that, being like, Rarity shouldn't do that. She's a terrible pony. She took assets of hotel and used it for her own clothes. She's very neglectful. And I'm like, bitch, it's a fucking cartoon. There's slapstick in the cartoon, and that's what you're worried about? This whole mantra that everyone fucking hates Rarity has been living rent-free in their minds. And even the show made fun of Rarity haters at that point. But I don't know, I think Rarity had a really good episode in Rarity Takes My Hand. It's a really good episode. And all you and the people were worried about her using hotel property as a line of clothes. I mean, hey, it'd be good free promotion for the hotel. Hello? A lot of people will come to a hotel that has literally made Rarity's new clothes line. Come on. More bitch running in for the economy, bitches. Anyway, I'm done ranting about that episode. Sorry, I'm getting too passionate about it. Chapter 14. The Ponyville schoolhouse, which was so welcoming during the day, looked incredibly creepy by night. It turned into Silent Hill. Look, there's Ponyhead. There's Pyramid Ponyhead. Of course, thought Applebloom.
It might be because we know that there is an invisible monster lurking inside.
It's Freddy. The ponies hid in the bushes by the playground and looked warily at the school.
Everything is set up. This is it. Is every pony ready?
Applebloom asked. Why are we doing this at night again? Because it's good. Sweetie Belle replied nervously.
For the 100th time, we are doing it at night because we don't want an invisible bogle knocking over every single pony in Ponyville during the day,
Scootaloo said.
Okay,
Sweetie Belle muttered.
Does it make it any less scary? We have to paint?
Applebloom asked.
Yes.
Lily Moon nodded toward the bag next to her.
I just hope Rarity doesn't notice everything we borrowed,
Sweetie Belle said, and a loud shriek was heard throughout Ponyville. It's like, well, we better get moving. Let's gaslight someone into doing it.
It's for a good cause. It's for the greater good,
Applebloom reminded her. The ponies all sat in the bushes, none of them moving.
Maybe we should go check everything in the forest one more time,
Sweetie Belle suggested.
No more stalling. It's time to get in there,
Applebloom said.
Let's go.
The ponies all crawled out of the bushes and approached the schoolhouse. They crept up the steps towards the front door. It was chained shut, with a giant padlock on it. Yo, Sweetie Belle, lockpick that shit.
Oh well, guess that's that,
Sweetie Belle said, turning her walk down the steps. Scootaloo stopped her, while Applebloom and Lily Moon studied the lock.
Think you can pick it?
Applebloom asked.
I don't know how to pick a lock,
Lily Moon said, annoyed.
Hey guys,
Scootaloo whispered.
Can't you use magic?
Applebloom whispered.
Guys,
Scootaloo said louder.
I don't know that kind of magic,
Lily Moon insisted.
Guys,
Scootaloo called. Applebloom and Lily Moon turned. Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle were standing next to one of the schoolhouse windows. Scootaloo slid it open. It's your bitch. Use your head. I'm the girl with disembodied wings, and I use my head more than you three. Come on. At least make Sweetie Belle more useful. Come on. Make her use adorable green magic so she can pick the lock. It reminded me of that one episode with the Troubleshoes one, where, it was Abelus's Most Wanted, I think, where Sweetie Belle was shown to use magic for the first time, and it was the best moment that I've ever seen character development in Sweetie Belle. But it was kind of pointless when Applebloom just, like, wandered in there and just distracted the guard that something else was happening. So what was the point of Sweetie Belle using her magic when Applebloom could just distract the guard, he walks off, and then just grab it herself? The whole Sweetie Belle magic thing is pointless, but it was a big character development arc for her. They should have set up that scenario differently in that episode, but that's just me. Oh.
Not everything needs to be super complicated. Come on.
Applebloom and Lily Moon hurried down the stairs, unless the windows are chain locked also. It's like, oh, looks like we're gonna break in. Chuck Sweetie Belle from the window. Oh, your horny's using for something, girl. Applebloom and Lily Moon hurried down the stairs with the bag of supplies and followed Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle through the window and into the schoolhouse. Also, what kind of schoolhouse leaves windows unlocked? Like, seriously? Does anyone in Ponyville care about fucking security? My god. All the robberies I have in Manhattan, I mean, it's a city. But the robberies in Ponyville? Pff, we're good. The crime rate's going down. We're fine. We're anti-gun. We're anti-magic. The schoolhouse was dark. Even with Lily Moon and Sweetie Belle lighting their horns, it was still hard to see. The books were all restacked in precarious or arches, each book carefully placed. The desks and chairs had been removed from the ceiling and now magically lined the sides of the walls. In their place, pictures drawn by the students plastered the ceiling in strange patterns. Miss Cheerily's desk was in the center of the schoolhouse, upside down on the floor. The curtains from the windows were placed in swirling shapes around it. Apple Bloom's ears perked up.
Shh! Y'all hear that?
She asked. The ponies listened quietly. Steady breathing was coming from the center of the room.
Is the Bogle snoring?
Scootaloo asked. Apple Bloom nodded. She motioned to the bag next to Scootaloo.
Get ready,
Apple Bloom whispered. Scootaloo reached in and pulled out 2 cans of paint. She handed one to Lily Moon and held on to the other one.
Ready,
Scootaloo whispered back. Apple Bloom nodded to Sweetie Belle, who nervously rushed over to one side of the classroom, while Apple Bloom headed to the other side. Scootaloo and Lily Moon quietly carried the cans of paint as close as they dared to Miss Cheerily's desk. Every pony turned to watch Apple Bloom for the signal. Apple Bloom gulped and quickly wondered if Applejack was ever this scared when she was saving Equestria. Nah, I'm a grown-ass married Apple Bloom. I can take shit in my own free time. You know what I'm mostly scared of? Crying on the outside. That's pretty much what I'm scared of. She pushed the fort aside and looked to make sure every pony was ready. Now! Apple Bloom yelled. She kicked hard, knocking over the stack of books closest to her. Sweetie Belle leaped onto one of the chairs stuck to the wall and pried it down. It fell to the ground with a loud crash. The snoring in the center of the room stopped. Scootaloo and Lily Moon both heaved the paint cans. Pink and purple paint flew through the room and landed on something. That very scary something covered in pink and purple paint rose slowly and let out a ferocious roar. The Bogle was awake. All right, this is the final battle. We're going to keep grinding and healing each other for like an hour. This is the final battle. Last surprise. Chapter 15.
I think we made it bad!
Scootaloo yelled as she kicked over another pile of books. Yo, what's up with all the book abuse? Come on, guys.
You think?
Apple Bloom called back.
Keep it up! We need to make sure it's really, really bad!
The ponies rushed around the room, destroying as much as they could while avoiding the angry Bogle. Apple Bloom couldn't make out all the details. The book was still invisible. But thanks to the pink and purple paint, she could see it was a little bit smaller than Big Mac and had horns on top of its head. Massive arms, long spindly legs, and a powerful spiked tail. Wow, it sounds very Tim Burton-esque, really. Like a weird Tim Burton-like creature in a My Little Pony show. Crazy, right? It was ugly. Yo, don't judge. Don't judge.
Okay, the first part of the plan worked.
Sweetie Belle squealed as the Bogle rushed toward her. It tried to grab her, but she ran it between its legs.
Can we get to the second part now, please? Every pony out the window!
Apple Bloom yelled. Or just, I don't know, rush through the door? One of you's gonna be strong. The ponies all rushed towards the front of the schoolhouse. They dived through the open window and landed in a heap in the bushes below.
It's coming!
Lily Moon grunted. The ponies untangled themselves and ran across the playground. Apple Bloom looked back over its shoulder, just in time to see the Bogle crash through the front door of the schoolhouse. Yo, boom! Property damage! That Bogle ain't fucking with any fucking door. So we got door abuse and now door explosion. Oh man, the doors. They survived, they suffered their lives to bring us this wonderful entertainment. Shout out to the doors. Shout out to the books.
Miss Cheerily is not gonna like that!
Sweetie Belle wailed. Yeah, I know, we're gonna get it out of the mayor's budget. God damn it.
At least the monster isn't in the schoolhouse anymore,
Scootaloo said.
That's progress.
Progress. Industrial progress. They ran toward the bushes, and Scootaloo brushed some leaves and branches aside, revealing her scooter. Yeah! This is my Deus Ex Machina! This is my twin pistols!
Okay, Scootaloo, you go ahead and make sure everything's ready.
Apple Bloom ordered.
We'll be right behind you.
Scootaloo nodded as she put a headlamp and jumped onto her scooter. Yo, she's equipped with badassery. And she's all out of badassery. She sped off into the darkness. Apple Bloom turned to see the bogle knock aside the playground seesaw as it rushed toward them. She nodded at the others and they took off in the same direction as Scootaloo. The bogle closed behind them. They rushed through the empty streets of Ponyville, always turning back to make sure the bogle was following. Apple Bloom looked ahead and could see the edge of the Everfree Forest and the path the Crusaders had used earlier to follow Lilymoon. She couldn't believe that it had been just this afternoon. When she woke up this morning, she never would have guessed she would end the day being chased through the center of town by an invisible monster. Yeah, I'm gonna clock down on my diary. You bet the freaking princesses didn't have to do that! You mean, what are they doing? Solving friendship problems? I thought an invisible creature! Yo, Apple Bloom, why are you taking the credit?
Come on, y'all. The forest is just over there.
Apple Bloom called. They rushed toward the path. Behind them, the bogle knocked off carts and took chunks out of several buildings as it rushed to catch them. Jesus Christ! You're just wrecking Ponyville! Again, another Ponyville wreckage. We've been through that every single day. I mean, it's fine. Anyway, Apple Bloom hoped her plan would work. She didn't want to find out what to do to them if they failed. I don't know, Magic Kindergarten? Expelled to the moon? Expelled to Tartarus? I don't know. Primary school? I don't know. Let's think about that. Let's think about that. Right, so, chapter 16! Oh, I think this is right towards the end. Yeah, this is towards the end. Apple Bloom ran as fast as she could, next to Lilymoon and Sweetie Belle. The horns the only source of light now that the moon and stars were blocked canopy of the Everfree Forest.
You sure this is the right way?
Lilymoon asked Apple Bloom.
I think so.
Apple Bloom said, squinting into the darkness.
Look! Over there!
Sweetie Belle shouted. Apple Bloom saw a bright light ahead of them. She and the others rushed towards it. No, don't go on towards the light, you'll die! The ponies raced into the clearing where Lilymoon had originally found the bogle. Only now, it was completely transformed into a perfect cell! I mean, if I was anticipating a crossover, I didn't expect it to be DBZ. It didn't look like anything like it had earlier in the day. Lanterns hung from tree branches, bathing the clearing in the warm, cozy glow. Fabrics of every color and pattern were stretched between the trees, creating a colorful tapestry that flowed gently in the breeze. Rocks were arranged carefully in swirling patterns on the ground, and in the center of it, piles of clove were organized into an inviting nest. Psst! A voice from above caught Apple Bloom's attention. She looked up to see Scootaloo waving to them from the branches of a tree. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Lilymoon rushed up to join her. They all quietly watched the clearing below. The paint-covered bogle burst into the clearing, expecting to find a bunch of scared ponies. Instead, it found its transformed nest. It stopped, looked around, confused. And that's when freaking Scootaloo was like, "Cowabunga!" And she's like, elbow the thing in the face. No, she did like a pile drive. Yeah, that'll be awesome. Just take down the beast that way. It growled menacingly as it slowly circled the clearing. It brushed its tail along the cloth and gently tapped the lanterns, watching them sway back and forth. It studied the patterns of the rocks on the ground, tapping each one with a claw as it passed.
I think it's working,
Scootaloo whispered.
Shh! Quiet!
Sweetie Belle hissed. The bogle tested the nest of fabrics in the center of the clearing. It sniffed again, rearranged them, sniffed them again. I like sniffing shit, my god. And finally plopped down and burrowed into them.
I think the bogle likes its old nest again,
Lilymoon said.
Well, as my sister says, you would...
Wait, know what it says?
Well, as my sister would say, you can't argue with good taste,
Sweetie Belle added. Below them, the bogle purred happily. Like a cat, for some reason. Rocks floated magically into the air as the bogle rearranged them into new patterns.
It's kind of cute when it's not roaring and chasing you,
Scootaloo said, grinning.
One question.
Sweetie Belle whispered to the others.
Now that the bogle is happy, how are we going to get out of this tree?
The ponies all looked at one another. Yo, Sweetie Belle, use your magic.
Guess we gotta wait for it to go back to sleep,
Apple Bloom said.
That's what I was afraid you were gonna say.
Yo, tree hangout again, boys! Girls, let's go! We did it in Whitetail Woods, now we're gonna do it in the Everfree Forest! Yo, let's go, girls! We're having a good sleepover, yo. Let's talk about that much hours more. She and the others settled in as comfortably as they could to wait for the bogle to go to bed. Chapter 17. And the sisters worry where their other sisters are. They probably had a hangout. I'm pretty sure they're fine. Back to my business duties. Apple Bloom didn't remember falling asleep, but she must have, because the next thing she could remember was waking up to Sweetie Belle gently nudging her with her hoof. Aww. It'd be funny if she was actually like sleeping on Sweetie Belle's butt, what happened in Spirit of the Forest. Apple Bloom was like sleeping on Sweetie Belle's butt, and she was like drooling on her butt. I mean, it happens. Just read the issue yourself.
I think it's safe,
Sweetie Belle whispered. Apple Bloom peered sleepily down at the bogle's nest. Some of Rarity's fabric was magically hovering in the air over the bogle's nest. It was curled up underneath them, still covered in paint, and snoring loudly.
Those lanterns are browner than they were before,
Apple Bloom said with another yawn.
That's not the lanterns.
Oh, hold on. Page is a bit dry. Scootaloo said. Apple Bloom blinked a few times and realized the warm glow wasn't coming from the lanterns, but instead from the sky in the east.
Oh, Celestia! We've been out all night!
Apple Bloom yelped loudly enough that the bogle below snorted and stirred. Does nobody ever use their inside voices anymore? They're all using the Royal Cantaloupe voice. Every time. The ponies all froze until it resumed its snoring. Apple Bloom and the others carefully crawled out of the tree and slowly snuck around the edge of the bogle's nest, careful not to disturb anything. Once they were a good distance away, Sweetie Belle turned to the others.
Do you think that's it?
She asked.
Is it just gonna stay there? I think so,
Lily Moon said slowly.
Everything I read about made it sound like it's a bogle loves its nest. It just wants to be left alone.
Like me. Yeah, there's some relatability with that.
I think as long as no pony goes looking for it again, we should be fine.
As long as it's not on the main path, that's fine.
Let's hope so,
Apple Bloom said, as they walked out of the Everfree Forest into Ponyville.
Uh-oh,
Scootaloo said. The Crusaders and Lily Moon watched as ponies rushed around, shouting and examining the destruction left by the bogle. It was the Parasprites! They did it! Scootaloo turned to the others.
You think we're gonna get in trouble for this?
There you are! The voice called from up ahead. Apple Bloom saw Applejack marching toward her, Granny Smith and Big Mac close behind.
Yep,
Apple Bloom said.
we've been worried to see it. Where in the name of Celestia have y'all been all that?
Applejack shouted as she marched towards the Crusaders, and she gave it a bitch slap. It's like, what the fuck? Yo, Applejack, not in public, please. We're in the Everfree Forest. Before Apple Bloom could answer, another voice broke through the crowd.
Lily Moon, what have you done?
Lily Nation shouted as she and Blue Moon came bursting through the crowd.
Hey, y'all.
Apple Bloom said.
So what happened was I went into the Everfree Forest by myself, and the bogle followed me out.
Lily Moon admitted. Oh, now she fesses up, stepping in front of Apple Bloom.
That's what attacked the school. I'm to blame. The Cutie Crusaders helped me lure it back into the forest, where it wouldn't hurt any pony.
Lily Moon turned to Apple Bloom.
I couldn't have done it without my friends.
Lily Moon's parents' eyes went wide. Friends? Did she say the F word? What, friends? A bogle? Her father asked. Really?
Tell us everything,
Her mother said.
How did you lure it? What did it look like? Oh, darling, I'm so impressed. Impressed?
Granny Smith blurted out.
I'd be more impressed if she'd leave dangerous monsters alone in the first place.
Lily Moon's parents glanced at the Apple family and shared a look.
Yes, well, we need to get Lily Moon home.
Illumination said curtly. We apologize for any problems it might have caused, Blue Moon said. We will keep a close eye on Lily. No need to bother her. Come, Lily Moon. Her parents turned and walked off. Lily Moon obediently followed, but looked back and mouthed the words thank you to the Crusaders as she walked away.
Yeah,
Scootaloo said.
There's definitely something strange about that family.
Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom nodded. Applejack looked down at Apple Bloom.
Is what you said true?
Applejack asked.
You went and helped her catch this bogle thing she let loose? Yeah.
Apple Bloom replied.
And why didn't you ask for my help?
We tried asking for your help with Bab's seed. And you said fuck it. Applejack looked more hurt than angry.
Because?
Apple Bloom glanced at Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle, who nodded encouragingly. She turned to Applejack.
You're my big sister, and I love you. But you save equestrian like every single day. I just wanted to show you I can be as brave as you are.
Apple Bloom looked down sheepishly. Applejack studied her sister thoughtfully.
Now listen,
Applejack finally said.
You are one of the bravest ponies I ever met in my life. And I know some pretty brave ponies. But you're also my little sister. I'm always going to worry about you. And I'm always going to want to help you. It don't mean I think you can't help yourself. It's just what big sisters do. Got it? You really think I'm brave?
Apple Bloom asked, smiling.
Of course I do.
Applejack replied. Apple Bloom considered that for a second.
Well,
she finally said.
Then just stop being so amazing all the time. And I won't have to work so hard to keep up.
Applejack burst out laughing and hugged her sister tightly.
I'll get right to work on that. But listen up.
She looked at Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle, including them in what she said.
One thing my friends and I never do is run and go looking for danger. I have a feeling y'all are going to have plenty of adventures that are going to give us all kinds of panic attacks.
And I'll put it in the DreamWorks movie. Yo, they're not accepting having panic attacks now. DreamWorks did it, and now everyone's just fucking capitalizing on that shit now. They made panic attacks a freaking TV tropes thing now.
But don't go making trouble when you don't need to. Y'all should have told us about this bogle. We're sorry,
Sweetie Belle said.
But we were pretty awesome,
Scootaloo added.
I have no doubt,
Applejack said, grinning.
And if I'm being honest, I'm pretty impressed. Y'all are gonna have to tell me all about this bogle.
A shriek. Yeah, I mean, I did say there was going to be a shriek. Again, I was joking. I did not realize I was going to put my joke in the freaking book. A shriek ripped through the morning air, causing every pony to freeze. Okay, I feel like I can do this. What the next question happened to my fabrics? I had to channel Rarity somehow. That was the first line Rarity said in the entire fucking book. A fucking yelling line. The best line to start off Rarity's character with. Rarity screamed from her boutique. Sweetie Belle slowly turned to the others.
We are in so much trouble.
My Little Pony. Alright. Not the end yet. But there is an epilogue. A Marvel-style epilogue. The pony once again looked out the window at the expansive everfree forest. Not with excitement this time, but with concern. The pony opened the Book of Legends and flipped through the pages. Things the pony had been certain of seemed less so now. There were questions where there hadn't been before. The events of the past couple of days had changed things drastically. The pony would have to be patient. Plans would have to wait. The bogle had caused too much attention. And then there was the issue of the 3 little ponies with the matching cutie marks. That required further investigation. That was unexpected. There was too much at stake here to leave anything to chance. If the pony's plan was going to succeed, something would have to be done about the cutie mark crusaders. Juvenile. I bet you might be like a pony in disguise as, I don't know. Please tell me it's Swiftfoot again. I would love to be Swiftfoot again. Just a little bit of fan service from the comics, but everything is not going to be. But that's the end of the first book called, what was it called? Schoolhouse of Secrets, where they just sorted out an invisible creature that was only recorded in 1 book. And that was it. That was pretty much the mystery, but that was a bit of a lore, but we got like also new characters in there as well, Lily Moon's parents, and then they live in like a cottage just almost outside the Everfree Forest and shit, and they came from Transylvania, so yeah, at least we got some more lore in Ponyville Mysteries than Ponyville Mysteries, you know? So I kind of like that, actually. I'm gonna go to the second book now because I'm kind of digging this now. I'm gonna read like 2 books every single fucking stream now because there are like 6 books here, and my voice is gonna go like give way every single fucking moment. Because I've been reading nothing but fan fiction for the past week just to try and rip my voice for this shit, but it's really hard. Try doing an audible audio book or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, so we got Applejack in that one. I think Pinkie Pie is the next one. Rainbow Dash is after that. And on 4 is Luna. The 5th one is Starlight Glimmer. And the 6th one is just the Kingdom Hearts Crusaders. So, oh no, it's another pony. There's like another pony that's like not Lunar Moon, but oh, we'll get to that. I'm spoiling myself. Anyway. Oh, wait. What's it doing? Oh, prologue. For Tale of the Timberwolf. Okay. So I guess right now is that this Timberwolf was wreaking havoc in Ponyville, and it turned out to be a misunderstood Timberwolf that didn't want to cause any harm, but it was like a little cub to its flock and stuff and its family members, and it just wanted to bears again, so they thought, you know what? Everfree Forest is right next door. You thought Whitetail Woods was the Everfree Forest, just you didn't know the right. Anyway, so Pinkie Pie's gonna be in this one, so Pinkie Pie's gonna help the Kingdom Hearts Crusaders when it's like, oh, we can figure this shit on our own. But then Pinkie Pie's like, yo, I want to insert myself too, because I'm funny. Anyway, so Tale of the Timberwolf in spooky writing, because it's Halloween, like late Halloween. The moon was almost full. Though these Kingdom Hearts Crusaders and their families were proven to be an unexpected complication, the pony kept focus on the final goal. The live wood grew far in the distance in the dark, shadowy patch. It was here, in the heart of the Everfree Forest, where the artifact should be. How the pony longed for it. Such power. Such magic! Is it the Anacorn Amulet? Is it an artifact that makes you feel immortal? Is it an artifact that allows you to turn into a changeling? You know, that Celestia had? Celestia had an artifact that allowed her to change into, like, any type of pony she wanted. And she got rid of it after 1 issue. Because an old boomer wants it. Again, read that issue. The artifact would... Oh, and I got a bit of hair. The artifact would be fiercely protected. Without a plan to charm the guardians of the Livewood, no pony could set hoof there. Perhaps, with the right encouragement, the guardians could be made to serve the pony. The only way to know would be to perform a little experiment. A social experiment. Yeah, let's go with that. Are you sure it's not like Starlight Glimmer, just figuring things out, and she was bored at one day being a guidance counselor? Or maybe it might be a pony from the Equestria Girls universe. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, I guess there's a Shimmer in there. She was bored. Oh, chapter 1. This is chapter 1.
Its huge fangs were this close to my face. I could feel its horrible, raspy breath as it got closer and closer. Ooh-ha, ooh-ha.
Scootaloo breathed noisily. Hooves raised like claws as she stalked toward the gathered classmates in the schoolyard. Yeah, I have a feeling this takes place before they go into the School of Friendship.
However did you escape?
Asked Pip, enthralled. Best Rainbow Dash cool pose.
No monster is a match for my wheels. I zoomed circles around that bogle. It would have eaten most of Ponyville if it hadn't chased it back into the forest and told it to never come back. Or else.
I'll whack it on my scooter. It's like, whoosh. There you go, that's a combo.
Scootaloo, aren't you forgetting something?
Apple Bloom prompted. Scootaloo blushed.
Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Lily Moon helped too.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought one of them would take the credit for the whole fucking thing. My god, I'm actually calling the shit that the book is actually doing. God damn. I'm a fortune teller.
And got into lots of trouble for it.
Sweetie Belle sighed, remembering the whole terrifying thing. The Bogle, a huge invisible creature, had moved into Miss Charity's schoolhouse after Lily Moon, the newest student there, accidentally disturbed its nest. Oh, it's just recapping what I've already read. Against their sister's wishes, Applebloom and Sweetie Belle teamed up with Scootaloo to lure the Bogle back to the Everfree Forest where it belonged. With Lily Moon's help, they decorated the creature's old home with Rarity's beautiful fabric. The Bogle loved it. So much that he got busy with it. But we won't tell the fillies that. Most of Ponyville was impressed that the cutie Mark Crusaders, had saved the town from the frightening Bogle. But Rarity remained upset. And you don't want to see her upset, nor do you want to see her angry. Anyway, first line.
Couldn't you have used last season's fabrics?
Rarity had moaned to her little sister. At least their classmates thought they were heroes. Young heroes.
If I ever feel of a monster,
Said Twist.
I'll know where Folie to call.
I'm not making a joke again. Applebloom scooped her hoof on the ground and sighed in disappointment.
Maybe not. Looks like our first adventure's gonna be our last one for a while. Applejack told me not to take on any more monsters without asking first.
Why do you need parental supervision just to take care of mysteries? Come on. Just go Scooby-Doo. You solve the mysteries that the elements of harmony are too stupid to solve. They solve friendship problems. You solve mysteries. There you go. Connect the dots.
Fine by me.
Sweetie Belle said.
I don't need an adventure like that ever again.
That's 'cause you're a scaredy pony.
Piped up Snips. Sweetie Belle frowned at him and stopped her hoof.
I am not. I'm just as brave as any. Ah!
Sweetie Belle shot straight up, startled. Something freezing cold had touched her shoulder, and it's wet. She whirled to see Snails behind her, holding an ice cube with its magic. What is this, like that scene from the Konosuba where freaking Kazuma was just like, freeze. It's like he was sleeping next to Mega Man, and she was like using ice magic, and then they got a little bit lewd there. I mean, watch the movie. Watch the Konosuba movie. It kind of reminded me of that. And also watch Cool as Ice, where what was his name? Vanilla Ice fed this one girl, what was her name? Cameron Diaz or something? Fed her an ice cube, and I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway. He chuckled and hoof bumped Snips right in the face. So you don't scare me like that, I'm gonna send you to Tartarus. Once I grew up and used advanced magic. And there was a school fight happening. Oh my god.
You were saying?
Snips laughed. Sweetie Belle glared at the troublemakers, but before she could do anything else, Miss Cheerily popped her head through the schoolhouse door. Time for class, every pony! She sang out. As the ponies trotted into the schoolhouse, Sweetie Belle saw that Lily Moon was already there. She must have arrived early to avoid talking to the other ponies, because they're not the CMC. They don't have outmatched cutie marks. They didn't save me from a freaking bogle. You guys are not special. Besides the CMCs, Lily Moon hadn't made too many friends yet. The violet-eyed unicorn sat at her desk, staring straight ahead, not making eye contact with any pony. Diamond Tiara stepped in the wide arc to dramatically avoid Lily Moon's desk.
Careful, Silver Spoon. Creepiness is catching.
Just you wait. Soon you'll take back your words, just like you did with me. Diamond Tiara sneered. Lily Moon shot them an icy look, but she gave a small smile with Sweetie Belle, Applebloom, and Squirreloo sit next to her. Aw. Miss Cheerily stood at the front of the classroom. Yo, Diamond Tiara, I thought we were cool. You backstabs my friend, you ain't cool no more, right? Even if she's not a blank flag.
Class, I hope you're excited, because Lily Moon has a special surprise with us today.
The students all shared worried looks. Another surprise from Lily Moon was the last thing they wanted. Well, I'm just going to show you a neat trick I found on YouTube. Come on. I call it the Spoon Brigade. Chapter 2.
Do you think it's another bogle?
Featherweight whispered anxiously to Pip. Miss Cheerily nodded toward Lily Moon, who placed a large bag on her desk and glared out of the class.
I made treats for every pony,
she said awkwardly. She glanced toward the CMC, who gave her encouraging nods. Sweetie Belle and her friends had told Lily Moon that sharing sweets was a great way to show the class she was friendly. I mean, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. Unless it's laced with drugs, then we're going to have some problems. Sweetie Belle realized that she had told Lily Moon to smile too. Based on every pony's reaction, the glaring didn't seem to be helping.
Isn't that nice? Let me go get plates.
Smith cheerily smiled. Unfortunately, our budget only allows us to have plastic plates. So yeah, sorry about that. We ran out of plates because the bogle destroyed most of the silverware. I guess we're living in poverty. The students eyed Lily Moon.
What kind of treats?
Twist asked suspiciously. Lily Moon emptied a bag, revealing a tray of bright green squares.
Ew, what are they? Frog cakes?
Damachiara said, making a face.
No,
Lily Moon protested.
they're cactus bars. That doesn't sound any better.
Silver Spoon said. You eat cactus? Snails gaped.
That's gross.
Swiss said. Yeah, I don't want to know about your weird fetishes, alright, Damachiara? I mean, if you want to take care of a cactus in your own time, you gotta go down to the Badlands for that.
They're a family recipe.
Lily Moon tried to explain.
Now I really don't want one.
Damachiara sniffed. Lily Moon shot her a nasty look. Hearing a rustling noise, Lily Moon looked down to see Twist nosing around in her treat bag. Twist pulled out a large candy cane.
I'll take this instead,
she said, marching back to her desk.
That's actually part of my lunch.
Lily Moon protested, but Twist didn't seem to hear. I'm gonna starve thanks to you! What the fuck? Sweetie Belle could see this was not going well. She tried to help, loudly and enthusiastically, so the rest of the class could hear. She said,
Cactus bars sound really interesting. I'll take one. I'll take two.
Apple Bloom chimed in. Yo, stop being greedy. Stop being greedy. No, too greedy, Apple Bloom. We're not going to get enough freaking not get enough frog cakes for the rest of the school.
Yeah,
Scootaloo exclaimed.
They sound even cooler than lemon bars.
But when Miss Chili returned with the plates, the Crusaders were the only ones who tried the green treats. Sweetie Belle could tell Lily Moon was upset, even though she let her blue and white striped mane cover her face, so no pony could see her expression. It would definitely take a lot of work to make the rest of the class accept the new exchange student. But Sweetie Belle resolved she wouldn't give up until they did. Kingdom Hearts Crusaders didn't quit! They never quit, and they never shall quit! Join the CMC army! We'll make everyone our friend, even if it kills us. Chapter 3. Okay, so this is like this persistent art where Lily Moon needs to be accepted by Ponyville. In a freaking country where they accept literally everyone into the path, regardless of gender, sex, or race, or anything like that. They're accepting of everyone. Except Lily Moon. For some strange reason. Because Transylvania laws, I guess? I guess anyone who comes to Transylvania is a fucking hermit or something. Or an alien. I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of turbulent history between Transylvania and Ponyville. I don't know. There's gotta be some lore. History lore. Chapter 3. Lily Moon was quiet as Sweetie Belle, Apple Bloom, and Scootaloo walked her home. Sweetie Belle could see that Lily Moon was still bothered by how the other students have reacted to her cactus bars. She thought rather than bringing it up, it would be better to talk about something else.
Could you believe Snip says I'm a scaredy pony?
She asked indignantly.
Well, you don't really like dangerous adventures.
Scootaloo pointed out. Yeah, why do you think we went to fucking Mount Eris? It's more safer than the rest of this crap.
And you're not a big fan of Nightmare Night.
Apple Bloom added. Sweetie Belle couldn't believe her friends weren't taking her side. I mean, they got a point. You are kind of a pussy, Sweetie Belle.
I know you're brave,
Lily Moon said.
You're coming to my house to hang out.
Yeah, not the CMC's clubhouse for once. I mean, we could welcome you to the clubhouse, but we've been there 20,000 times. We want to change the scenery. Come on. Sweetie Belle had to admit that Lily Moon's house was more than a little spooky. High on Horseshoe Hill, it was covered in vines, practically melting into the trees around it. The floors creaked, the shutters rattled in the wind, and Sweetie Belle could swear the portraits of the ponies on the walls were watching her when she wasn't looking. Still, friends stuck together, no matter how creepy their houses were. Yeah, I mean, I was reading Late Halloween, but you know what? Screw it. I kind of want to do this. As the ponies approached the front door, Lily Moon's ancient aunt popped out the front edge. How ancient are we talking? Like 1,000 years? Because there are civilizations and ways to get yourself 1,000 years old. There are ways. There are logical ways. Her eyes were wild, and her tangled grey mane stuck out in every direction. Oh God, she's taking the copium. She drugged in the cocaine. God damn it, Auntie.
Auntie Eclipse, what are you doing?
Lily Moon asked. Sweetie Belle thought she sounded worried about what the answer would be.
Visiting my star spider friends, dear. They weave such interesting webs during the full moon, don't you think?
Auntie Eclipse held up a hoof with spiders crawling all over it. The Crusader's eyes went wide, but he nodded politely and edged past Auntie to the front door. What are there like 3 types of are there like 3 types of spiders? There are flyders, which are technically flies and spiders. There are the other spiders in the main comics, right? And there are big buff spiders in the first 4 issues. And now there are star spiders. I guess spiders that are shaped in star constellations or something? Oh, god damn it. These creatures are getting more lore than the ponies do. The Crusader's eyes went wide, but he nodded politely and edged past Auntie to the front door.
Sorry,
Lily Moon whispered.
Auntie is different.
That's one word for it, Scootaloo murmured. I would describe her as eccentric. Sure, she's eccentric. Lily Moon led the others into her house, but before they could reach the stairs, a voice called.
Lily Moon, you're finally home.
Lily Moon's mother, Lumination. Like, illumination. What, is she a minion? Don't you yellow on me, bitch! The Lumination walked in front the next room. She stopped when she noticed the other ponies. Sweetie Belle didn't think she was very happy to see them.
And she brought
friends, Lumi added with no sound of welcome in her voice.
They're helping me get caught up at school.
Lily Moon said.
Isn't that nice?
Illumination said. If they're not like open to making friends in the ministry everywhere, why not just make Lily Moon homeschooled? What possessed you to think, you know what? You need to go to a public school and sort out the thing with the MLP Forest while you're at it. But don't make any friends, okay? You're not here to socialize. You're on a mission to learn about things. Which is not friendship, by the way. We're here to learn science, okay? Astrology, not friends. But to Sweetie Belle, it sounded like she thought just the opposite.
Well, don't be too long. You have studying to do, and your father is counting on your help in the greenhouse. There isn't much time before tonight. Yes, Mother,
Lily Moon said, already cantering up the stairs. The others followed, close on their hooves.
What's tonight?
Scootaloo asked.
And what's in the greenhouse?
Sweetie Belle wanted to know. And what are you studying? Apple Bloom wondered. Lily Moon shook her head.
Upstairs,
she said. Once they were safely in Lily Moon's room with the door closed, the Crusaders got some answers.
My dad has all kinds of plant experiments she can only do at night,
Lily Moon explained.
And as for studying,
she gestured to a dusty stack of thick, magical books piled up on her desk. Sweetie Belle thought they fit right in Twilight's library, and perfectly sniffable too. As long as there's dust on them.
My family is big on magical research. On top of your regular homework?
Scootaloo asked in disbelief. You're a smart kid? We're gonna initiate here in the ceremony. Lily Moon nodded.
Guess cacti bars aren't the only weird thing about us,
she said with a snort with a sigh.
They were good, and the rest of class wouldn't realize if they tried them,
Apple Bloom said.
They just need to get to know you like we do,
Scootaloo said. Nah, they're normies. They don't want to get to know everybody. They're too normal for that.
How? Have you seen how those other ponies look at me? They'll never forgive me for that bogle, much less talk to me.
Yo, wait till you know what Sunset Shimmer's history was. Wait till you know what Starlight Glimmer's history was. Starlight Glimmer had a whole village where she converted everyone to believing that everyone's talents are equal. Sunset Shimmer turned into a fucking she-demon and traumatized the entire Canterlot High School. And she still wasn't forgiven for that. It took a whole, 3 fucking movies to get over her trauma and for everyone to think that she's a good friend. Lily Moon, you haven't seen shit yet. Sweetie Belle perked up. She had an idea! As she always has good ideas. A birthday party! She announced.
It's not my birthday,
Lily Moon said, raising an eyebrow. Not yours! Zipperwill's! Is this Zipperwill from, season 4? That little girl who likes to flutter around a lot? And she had a dad, right? What was her dad's name? Oh my god, what's her dad's name? They organized, a quinceañera, and she had the Ponytones perform it for her quinceañera. Oh god, I remember her. And she had a dog. She had a little dog. That's so cute. Sweetie Belle said excitedly.
She's having a huge party tonight, and every pony is welcome. If you come, the whole class will see you playing games and having fun. and realize you're just like us.
Scootaloo chimed in. Conform, Lily Moon. Conform.
Good thinking, Sweetie Belle.
Applebloom said. The Crusaders high-hooped! Oh yeah! Crusaders high-hooped one another in victory. That's a lot of hoop bumps. That's a tri-bump. Lily Moon looked thoughtful, but before she could reply, there was a creaking noise outside her door. They all froze. Lily Moon frowned and flung the door open with her magic. It's like, wham! More door abuse. Her sister, Amber Moon, stood in the doorway.
Were you spying on us?
Lily Moon asked. Amber Moon looked surprised to be caught, but quickly covered it up with a haughty expression.
You were stealing from me again.
Amber Moon sneered.
I was not,
Lily Moon said, outraged.
So somebody else keeps taking things from my room.
Amber Moon asked.
Don't be so dramatic.
Lily Moon rolled her eyes.
It was one candy cane for my lunch. And my hoof polish, and my book on dragon scales, and my main brush.
Amber Moon listed each item as if it was the most valuable treasure ever. my incurable plant disease, my used handkerchief, a recipe on birds, a recipe on cooking birds. Wait, you have a recipe for cooking birds? Ignore that.
I was borrowing,
Lily Moon exclaimed.
Stealing,
Amber Moon corrected. Hey, if I technically don't own a video game by buying it digitally, then pirating isn't stealing.
Better than spying,
Lily Moon shot back. Amber Moon glared at her sister. Yo, we're gonna have a sister fight? Sweetbell, let me grab the popcorn.
You're not going anywhere tonight,
She said, changing the subject.
Mother will never let you go to a
Ponyville party. That's fine. We can just move it to we'll just move it to Appaloosa. There you go. She's allowed to go.
I'm not asking Mother,
Lily Moon said, trotting past her sister and into the hallway. The Crusaders hurried to follow, but Sweetie Belle looked back to see that Amber Moon was watching them go with narrowed eyes. Yo, I'm gonna tattletale on you. Apparently, Lily Moon and her sister didn't get along very well. Just like Celestia and Luna don't got along very well before. And that's why she banished Luna to the moon. It was a settlement. It was to settle things until they got along 1,000 years later. But this is probably the same occasion here. Hey, isn't that when Sweetie Belle comes in and she's going to say, yo, sisters don't get along, but we do get along sometimes. We just got to think of a compromise. That's the thing in season 2, Sisterhood Social. Look at that episode. Lily Moon led her. Also, they're going to be anti-authority. Fuck our parents. We do what we want. We're grown-ass kids, bitches. Lily Moon led her friends outside of the greenhouse. A small building behind the cottage made of smoky green glass. I mean, it is a greenhouse. Duh. Of course, Rarity hates green, so she wouldn't be allowed there. And also, green is evil, as we established. Sweetie Belle thought it looked like the shiny shell of an enormous beetle squatting on the lawn. As they all stepped inside, Sweetie Belle could see the building was filled from top to bottom with plants. Some of them she recognized from Philly guides as dangerous. But some of them have teeth? Yeah, they're called Venus flytraps. Haven't you heard? Sweetie Belle huddled closer to Scootaloo and Applebloom. Again, going with the statement that Sweetie Belle's the pussy girl out of the group. Lily Moon's father, Blue Moon, was at the back of the greenhouse. He wore goggles and a lab coat. For science! He looked up and saw his daughter and the Crusaders. He smiled, a little too widely. Well, hello there, he said through his strange grin. What can I help you young ponies with?
My friends invited me to our party, and I really want to go,
Lily Moon said in a rush.
It's tonight. Please say yes.
Tonight? Blue Moon asked. Sweetie Belle recognized the look on his face. It was the same look Rarity had whenever she was about to say no to something. And it was a scrunch face. Fortunately, Sweetie Belle knew what to do. Oh god. She gave Blue Moon her biggest, shiniest eyes. Wheeze! She squeaked. Scootaloo and Applebloom added their hopeful faces to Sweetie Belle's. It always works. It defeated a she-demon, alright? I know it works. It was too much for Blue Moon! Shit! I've been defeated by cuteness! Damn you, cuteness! Once again! Alright, he finally agreed. Lily Moon grinned to her friends, but her face froze when he added, but only if you take Amber Moon with you.
Don't worry, Father. I'll keep a close eye on her,
Amber Moon said, stepping into the greenhouse. She came in like a Marvel villain. Sweetie Belle couldn't be sure, but she thought that sounded like a threat. It is a threat. Only I'm the best sister here. Chapter 4. Wow, sisters going along to a Hephaestus festival with sisters of sisters. Crazy combination, right?
Zipperwell really does have the best parties,
Sweetie Belle thought. All of Ponyville Park shone with light-spangled streamers and glowing balloons as the sun set. 3 piñatas dangled near a table laden with every type of candy Sweetie Belle could name. But even some she couldn't. Get smarter. Lily Moon hung back, a little overwhelmed, as the Crusaders led her into the park. It looked like every pony in Equestria had shown up for the birthday bash. Gonna be the birthday smash? Well, Sweetie Belle spotted most of Miss Cheerily's class, including Snips and Snails, who were staggering out of the park with goodie bags overstuffed with candy. Sweetie Belle waved at Rarity, who was performing on stage with the Pony Toads. Oh god, did I not just say that episode was kind of Billy Vanilli? She got the Pony Toads to be invited to her quinceañera once again. I mean, it's probably the only band she knows around Ponyville. I'm surprised they're actually still doing their a cappella bits, right? I thought it kind of just disbanded after season 4. We just saw one episode with them and then never again. Never again. But I'm glad they're still being brought up in a book of all freaking mediums. So, they're still alive, but no Flutter Guy. Fuck, I rhymed. Again. Nearby, colts and fillies laughed as they bounced on a pile of fluffy clouds heaped on the ground. Amber Moon was the only pony who didn't seem like she was having fun.
I'm getting a cup of punch, she announced. Hurry up and do your thing. We're leaving soon.
But y'all just got here.
Amber Bloom objected. Objection! You haven't had any fun! Amber Moon ignored her and trotted off. Jeez, talk about a Lily Moon clone.
My sister always gets weird around the full moon.
Yo, Luna! Luna! Hey, Luna! The moon is half full! Lily Moon explained, then added,
Well, weirder.
Sweetie Belle, scoodle up a balloon.
An energetic Pegasus in glasses and a tiara called as she zoomed over the greetdom.
Zipperwell, happy birthday.
The Crusaders exclaimed in unison.
I'm so glad you made it to my pony. Who is this?
Zipperwell asked, smiling at Lily Moon. The unicorn backed up a little, unsure what to do. Play ellipsis.
This is Lily Moon,
Sweetie Belle said, nudging her nervous friend forward.
She's new to Ponyville. Hi,
Lily Moon said quietly. She was startled when Zipperwell threw her hooves around her in a fast hug.
Welcome to my party. Have fun, okay? Don't forget to get your face painted.
Zipperwell exclaimed happily, then flew off.
See? You're fitting in already.
Applebloom smiled at Lily Moon. Birthday cake coming through! A loud voice announced. Sweetie Belle looked over to see Pinkie Pie bouncing through the crowd, pushing a cart with a massive, three-tiered rainbow swirl cake with glitter sparkles. Damn! Yo, she'd be kicking cake high as the Eiffel Tower. I'd like to see her do that. How many freaking pastries and eggs should she put in that mixing bowl? She might need... Yo, give me a better... You're gonna need a bigger bowl. Next to it was a small peanut butter cake in the shape of a bone. Oh, it's for the dog. Gummy Snap, also on the cart, opened his jaws to take a bite. Wait, what? Wait, Gummy has a last name! All this time they just address him as Gummy, right? Because that's just his name, right? Pets can have last names? What? Gummy has a last name. That's so funny. So we got... Okay, so Gummy Snap. That's his full name. Gummy Snap. What about Tank? Are you going to call him as Tank Turtle? Tank Toys? I don't know. Just call them what they are. Opalescence. Perfect. I don't know. I'm making up shit. I mean, come on. If pets can have last names, ponies can have last names too. Applejack's last name is Apple. Again, read the comics, okay? Read the comics.
Don't be silly, Gummy. That cake's not for alligators. It's for Zipperwell's puppy.
Gummy licked his eyeball thoughtfully. The CMCs hurried after Pinkie Pie as she bounced through the crowd. Then suddenly, the pink pony looked up in the sky and stopped, frozen in place. Sweetie Belle almost crashed right into her as Gummy slid off the cart.
Pinkie Pie? Are you okay?
Sweetie Belle asked.
Oh my gosh! Did you see how big the moon
ponies! And then she turned around and showed off her butt. It's like, that's not the kind of room we're talking about, Pinkie Pie, but keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. I wish I could if Luna was awake, Pinkie said, shoving the cake serving tools into the hooves of the surprised Cutie Mark Crusaders. Can you take care of the cake for me? I just have to do one little thing. Okay, fine, fine. And Pinkie zipped off at top speed, leaving a dust cloud in the shape of her. You know, because that was in the show. Is she always like that? Lily Moon asked, raising an eyebrow. Scootaloo, Sweetie Belle, and Apple Bloom. She had a look. Yep, pretty much, The Crusaders all responded. We don't question it. We just accept it. Just like we will with you. They began cutting the cake and passing it out to the other partygoers. Everybody was having a blast. Until... Help! Help! Shouts came from across the park. The Ponytone stopped singing. Got the music in you. And everybody turned to see Snips and Snails again come racing into the party. They looked terrified. It's after us! Snails gasped, trying to catch his breath. What? Was it after you? Asked Dipperwill, flying over.
A monster! We were walking out of the park, and it attacked us!
Snips said in a rush. It was huge, with claws! Snails nodded. And big teeth!
Monster? I'm not surprised. We get that every single week. It's nothing special. Ugh. She probably invited it.
Damagiara pointed her hoof at Lily Moon. The ponies all turned to look at Lily Moon, who glared back at them. It wasn't me, she said defiantly. Apple Bloom agreed fiercely.
Yeah, she's been with us the whole time.
I think, you know what I think, right? I think there are fans out there who thought, Damagiara is terrible now that she's reformed. Once the Cutie Mark Crusaders got their Cutie Marks, Damagiara can't make fun of him anymore. She can't be a bully. But now that Lily Moon's in the equation, now Damagiara has a reason to be a bully again. Because she's suspicious of Lily Moon. It's kind of like want to bring Damagiara back to her roots, right? Yo, I kind of miss being a bully. Thank you, Lily Moon. You brought me back to my good graces. You allowed me to be for what I really was. The CMC nodded. Zipperwill's father stepped forward to speak to Snips and Snails. Are you sure you did not just encounter the characters I hired for the party? I can't remember what he sounded like. Yeah, I can't remember. He's like Russian or something. No, I'm thinking of a different pony. Gesturing to several ponies in large puppy and kitty costumes. Snips and Snails shook their heads, looking back at the park entrance. No, because they're over there!
And the monster is right there!
Sweetie Belle whirled to see that the colts were right. A hulking dark form stood in the shadows of the park's entrance. It tilted back its fierce head and howled. It's a Timberwolf! Lily Moof shouted. The Timberwolf charged into the party. Dun 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 dun. Every single time an encounter with a monster happens, I always think it's just the start of an RPG battle. Every time. Yo, get your swords out! I'm gonna get my Buster Sword! Fuck, it's too heavy. Sweetie Belle, can you use your magic? Nah, it's too heavy for me. Scootaloo? Just point at the rings. Chapter 5. Sweetie Belle was frozen in fear as the Timberwolf bounded into the park. Yo, this is our turf. Ponyville should have a fucking barrier around itself. Just in case. Its glowing green eyes burned into the darkness. A putrid stench of earth and rotting logs poured from its mouth with every rasping breath. Its fur was made of leaves, and its 4 legs and body were covered in Yeah, I know what a Timberwolf is. I watched the show. The birthday party exploded into chaos. Ponies screamed and stampeded out of the park as the beast stalked forward, growling. Hey, Lily Moon, are you gonna tickle the thing? You better all calm it down. Or Applejack has come in and bucket. Zipperwill's father scooped up his struggling daughter in his hooves and flapped his wings skyward. My puppy! Zipperwill reached her hooves toward a small brown dog across the park. A dog's gonna eat a dog. Who knew? A little Pegasus squirmed free of her father's grip and flew to grab her puppy. He licked her muzzle in thanks, then began to bark ferociously at something behind Zipperwill. She turned slowly, her eyes widening in fear. The monsters were stalking toward her, head low, jaws agape. Sweetie Belle gasped as the creature gave a guttural growl and leaped at the birthday pony. Zipperwill screamed and ducked, flying under the beast, a tiara skimming its belly. I mean, it's hungry. I mean, it's full now. All right, back to the every forest with you. The Timberwolf's fangs sunk into the piñata dangling behind her, and it shook her vigorously like a dog. That's because it is a dog. What the fuck? What do you mean like a dog? It is a dog. It's a wooden dog. As the paper mache ripped, sugary missiles of candy flew everywhere. Hide! Lily Moon said as she shoved the cutie mark crusaders under the cake cart and dashed into the fray. Sweetie Belle peeked out from the tablecloth and watched as the Timberwolf bounded atop a table of candy. It threw its head back, devouring the sweets with huge gulps. Okay, so it's... I thought dogs are allergic to candy and chocolate. Maybe it's just chocolate they're allergic to, but it's a Timberwolf, so it's magically immune to that shit. Once it was finished, it raised its muzzle and sniffed the air. Then, it whipped its head towards the cupcake-decorated station.
Oh no,
Sweetie Belle whispered. Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon were trapped inside the cupcake booth, huddled together in horror. Run! The Cutie Mark Crusaders yelled. But either the ponies didn't hear them, or they were too afraid to do anything. Hey, come on, you survived a freaking mountainous region. And you saw a turtle. Hey, come on, you survived worse, Diamond Tiara. We saved your asses before. You can save your ass. It's your turn now. You save your own asses. You saved your own asses this time. We're not here to help you. The Timberwolf took a flying leap from the now empty candy table and locked toward the cupcake booth. Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon whimpered as the monster approached, sharp wooden teeth gnashing the air. Suddenly, a cupcake flew from the station and splattered on the Timberwolf's snout. And another! And another! It licked the frosting off its nose and turned to see who its attacker was. Sweetie Belle couldn't believe it. Lily Moon was facing off against the beast, using her magic to hurl cupcakes as fast as she could. I mean, you got a lot to learn. You got a lot to learn, Lily Moon. You need a party can. Yeah, you need a party can.
run!
Lily Moon called to Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon.
I'll hold it off!
The terrified ponies didn't need to be told twice. They cantered away to safety.
She's running out of cupcakes!
Scooter Lewis. Oh no, the tragedy that is famine.
We gotta help her!
Apple Bloom said. Sweetie Belle gulped as her two friends stuck their heads out from under the cake cart and yelled with all her might.
Hey, Timberwolf! Over here!
The beast whipped its head toward the noise, green eyes ablaze. In two huge leaps, it reached the cake cart. Scootaloo and Apple Bloom quickly ducked back under the tablecloth. Sweetie Belle whimpered as she heard the Timberwolf circle the cart. The CMCs held their breaths.
It's standing next to us!
Scootaloo breathed, eyes wide. Sweetie Belle shuddered as she heard the Timberwolf devour the cake above them in loud, messy bites. Where's Pinky doing all... Oh, wait, Pinky just fucked off because she saw a big-ass moon and she couldn't help resist but stare at it. Maybe she wanted to get a selfie. Then suddenly, the creature stopped eating.
Is it gone?
Apple Bloom asked. With a snuffle, the creature stuck its wooden snout under the tablecloth. The Cutie Mark Crusader screamed and dove away from it. Then, a blast of unicorn magic wrapped a ribbon around the Timberwolf's muzzle. Can any unicorn just go like zap, 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 zap? I miss the days when unicorns would use zap, zap, zap instead of just using objects to sabotage the beasts. I miss it when they just went zap, zap, zap. That's what the comics did. They knew how to use magic right. Sweetie Belle looked over to see Rarity galloping to the rescue. About freaking time. Applejack raced in to stand protectively in front of the Crusaders. As the Timberwolf paused at the bow, untangling its jaws, Fluttershy stepped forward to address the beast.
Excuse me, but you are not invited to this party. I think you had better go back to the Everfree Forest where you belong,
Fluttershy said sternly. Or we're gonna make you go back. He's like... Applejack added fiercely. The Timberwolf growled, but to Sweetie Belle's relief, it turned tail and raced out of the park. It's like, oh fuck, grown-ass girls! I'm fucking out of here! That's his only weakness. Mares.
Are y'all alright?
Applejack asked with concern. Rarity dashed over.
Oh, Sweetie Belle,
she said, scooping her sister into a hug.
Darling, you must have been so frightened. I'm fine,
Sweetie Belle said, annoyed that Rarity had basically called her a scaredy pony in front of all her friends. What? She did? All she said is, oh, Sweetie Belle, darling, you must have been so frightened. She didn't call her a scaredy pony. This book is lying. Maybe she said it and it didn't explain it. Even though she was relieved her sister had appeared.
We're all okay, thanks to Lily Moon.
Applebloom said, nodding toward the young unicorn. Lily Moon was looking around the party.
Where's my sister?
She asked. But just then, Applebloom came rushing over from the nearby booths.
Let's go, Lily Moon.
She snapped without so much as looking at any pony else. Lily Moon shrugged to the others and rushed off to join her sour-faced sister.
Y'all should be getting home too,
Applejack said.
Rarity, you mind walking them back? I'm happy to. Now, every pony, just stick close to me. I shall ensure no creature harms a hair on your manes,
Rarity said, gathering the CMCs close. But as they left, Sweetie Belle looked back over her shoulder at the wreckage of the party. The Timberwolf had eaten the birthday cake, but oddly, it hadn't touched the bone-shaped dog cake. Yo, I represented my own kind! Ponies, go fuck yourselves! I'm looking out for the dogs. We're underrepresentative!
I don't understand,
she heard Fluttershy tell Applejack.
Timberwolves never leave the forest without a good reason. I wonder if it was sick.
Sweetie Belle was wondering something herself. What if that monster came back? Maybe it was just hungry. I don't know. It's a rogue Timberwolf. It's a rogue one. I don't obey the rules of every forest. Fuck Ponyville laws. I make my own laws. Alright, chapter 6. The next day in the schoolyard, every pony was talking about the Timberwolf. And not the Manticore this time. Nor Rarity or Applejack.
Did you see its teeth?
Featherweight asked.
Did you smell its breath?
Peachy Pie countered.
That was the scariest birthday party ever,
said Cotton Cloudy. Twist listened with wide eyes and sighed.
I was so bummed I was sick. I didn't get to go, but I guess I'd be glad I missed it.
Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, and Applebloom hung back with Lily Moon. It did not feel like reliving last night's adventure. Hold on. Just want to make sure. Okay, there we go. Sorry.
Good thing we saw that monster first and warned you all.
Snips bragged to the class.
We basically saved every pony's life. Maybe we should be the Cutie Mark Crusaders.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That ain't gonna happen. We're too dumb for that. We're stuck in the comics. Wish my grandfather was here. But Diamond Tiara was having none of it.
You didn't do anything except run away.
She sniffed. Then she turned to scan the playground. Eyes narrowed.
Where's Lily Moon?
Here we go again. Oh shit. Here we go again. Scootaloo muttered. Sweetie Belle got ready to defend Lily Moon. But Diamond Tiara surprised them all.
She's not a real hero,
she said, smiling at Lily Moon. Oh, so it took that to win you over.
She takes that horrible thing away from Silver Spoon and me.
Probably scared it away because she's so weird,
Snip said. Snails laughed. Diamond Tiara whirled on unicorns.
You think defending me from creepy tree creatures is weird?
She demanded.
You should all thank Lily Moon. She's lucky she's in our class.
Diamond Tiara put her hoof around the new pony. She's like, yo, I want to belong. She saved my life. She's my friend now. I kind of want her to be a bully again. It's like, even though she saved us, I'm going to be a dick again still. Because fuck y'all. She's still weird. Lady Moon looked uncomfortable.
Applebloom and Scootaloo saved me from the Timberwolf too,
she muttered.
What did you do? What did you do?
Silver Spoon asked.
It was nothing,
Applebloom said.
The best part was when the Timberwolf almost ate us,
Scootaloo said, cutting off her friend. The class leaned in, excited to hear what happened next. Only Sweetie Belle stood back from the group. She felt horrible. She'd just hidden under the car and hoped she'd stay safe. Lily Moon, Applebloom, and Scootaloo had all been so brave. Perhaps Snips was right. Maybe she was a scaredy pony. This kind of reminds me of that season 4 episode, For Whom the Sweetie Belle Tolls, where she was kind of getting so jealous about Rarity, like she has to live under Rarity's shadow, because everyone recognized Rarity's talents of dresses rather than Sweetie Belle's talent for writing a huge play and shit like that. Yeah, she was like cast under Rarity's shadow, and it took until Luna to realize, yo, you're better than Rarity, because you gotta get a cutie mark, girl. Freaking, yeah. I think they explained that in the first book, where they explained that Luna taught them these things and shit like that. In retrospective episodes, of course. And in my opinion, that led up to them having a cutie mark hunt and Crusaders of the Lost Mart. That was actually a good episode. Again, a good turning point for the CMC. Chapter 7. Sweetie Belle was troubled for the rest of the day. It seemed like every pony was braver than she was. Yeah, even Cracky Doodle. He's braver than you. And he doesn't even have to go anywhere. He just lives in his own home over here 24/7. No pony could say that she hadn't had her first share of exciting adventures, but even her closest friends went out of their way to point out that she was the pony who always freaked out first. Imagine being more scaredy than Fluttershy. Even Fluttershy would be like, bitch, I'm such a scaredy cat, and even I'm more braver than you. What the fuck, Sweetie Belle? You gotta learn from the best. I'm the element of kindness, motherfucker. It was still on her mind when she went to bed that night. So when she was jolted awake by a sound of a mournful howl, she tried to convince herself it was just her overactive imagination. A second, closer howl convinced her it was real. Alright, reality check. Sweetie Belle ducked under the covers, barely breathing. She heard shouting and running hoofbeats. Something was happening outside. Something scary. Sweetie Belle wanted to stay there with the covers over her head until morning. Just get double glazing windows, block out the noise. But she heard her friend's voice in her head, calling her a scaredy pony. So her nightmares are seeping into her mind, so, okay. Very slowly, she slid out of bed and moved to the window. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to look outside. Rarity was cantering down the street toward Applejack and Twilight Sparkle, who stood outside Sugar Cube Corner. In the light of the full moon, Sweetie Belle could see that the sweet shop's front window had been smashed. Oh, the window's getting more action. God damn it. Sweetie Belle was still scared, but her curiosity was stronger. She ran downstairs and stepped outside. She started down the street, but two shadowy figures stepped out from the nearby alley. Sweetie Belle screamed, and so did the shadows! As they stepped into the light, Sweetie Belle realized it was Apple Bloom and Scootaloo. Oh wow, fake out.
Don't stick up on us like that,
Scootaloo said.
Me? You're the one hiding in the dark in the middle of the night,
Sweetie Belle protested. Then she added, why are you hiding in the dark in the middle of the night? In the middle of the dark, which is the night, which is the evening, which is the twilight during the dark.
The Timber Wolf is back,
Apple Bloom blurted.
It attacks Sugar Cube Corner.
Sweetie Belle's eyes went wide and straight.
But it's gone now, right?
She asked, looking around nervously.
Yeah, Mrs. Cake told Applejack what happened.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
Yep, Mrs. Cake told Applejack what happened, and she rounded up the others. They all headed over to investigate, so we tagged along,
Apple Bloom explained.
Why didn't you come get me?
Sweetie Belle frowned, feeling left out.
We didn't want you to wake you up,
Scootaloo said. Sweetie Belle looked at her friend suspiciously. Emergency meeting. And
we thought you'd be scared,
Scootaloo admitted. Sweetie Belle was scared, but she didn't want to admit it.
I'm a Kitty Mark Crusader. Where you go, I go,
she said. Scootaloo and Apple Bloom smiled. And high hope, Sweetie Belle again! Yeah! That's a true pack right there. Then they galloped down the street to the sweet shop. Ate before they left. When they got there, Mrs. Cake was already telling Twilight, Applejack, and Rarity her tale. While Mr. Cake tried to rock the babies. Oh yeah, the baby cakes. Who could forget them? Pumpkin and Pound back to sleep.
And when I heard downstairs, there was the monster eating my eclairs. I didn't think. I just grabbed my rolling pin and chased it away.
What, you didn't try to bonk it on the head or anything? Come on, you gotta use those tools for something, guys. Sweetie Belle appeared around the wreckage of Sugar Cube Corner. Half-eaten pastries sagged in the display case, and the normally candy-packed shelves were stripped bare. Even the cake decorating sugar sprinkles were gone. Not the sugar sprinkles! I needed toast. I needed to sniff them. Her hoof touched something sticky. As she looked down, it was blood. No, it's a caramel apple. To be honest, you guys wouldn't wish it was blood. She had stepped on a caramel apple with massive canine bites marked in it. Sweetie Belle kicked the confection off her hoof and shuddered. Rainbow Dash flew in, with Fluttershy, a wing beat behind. Yo, it ain't Ponyville Mysteries anymore. It's just a regular friendship problem episode.
We checked everywhere in town,
Rainbow Dash reported.
No sign of the Timberwolf, and those things are pretty hard to hide.
I never heard of a lone timber wolf attacking a shop before.
But an Ursa Minor? That's something different, Twilight said thoughtfully.
Every book I've read says they usually run in packs and prefer the deep forest.
Pinkie Pie bounded down the stairs, yawning. Yeah, what a heavy sleeper. Wait, what's that? What's that? Someone attacking my shop? Oh well. She stopped in her tracks when she saw the huge crowd gathered.
What's everybody doing here?
She asked brightly. Is it a surprise party? Who are we surprising? Is it me? Then she put her hooves over her mouth with concern.
Did I just ruin the surprise part?
She whispered loudly. I promise I won't tell myself. No, Pinkie, Twilight said. Sugar Cube Corner got attacked by a Timberwolf. You mean you didn't hear any of it? I'm a heavy sleeper. Yo, get back to your bed, Patrick. No, it's Pinkie Pie. Patrick! Get back to your place. Pinkie said with a shrug. Just demonstrate. She immediately fell asleep standing up, mouth open in a loud snore. God damn it, Pinkie. All those sugary treats. Of course you're a heavy sleeper. What's all that fat you're building up? Pinkie Pie! Applejack shouted. Pinkie jumped awake again.
What's everybody doing here?
She asked, smiling brightly. I just had the strangest dream that you were throwing me a surprise party.
I think we should look for clues,
Apple Bloom said, getting things back on track.
We have to find that Timberwolf before it strikes again,
Scootaloo said.
Yeah,
Sweetie Belle added, trying to sound like she meant it. You three aren't... Oh, what was that? You three aren't doing anything. This is grown-up pony business! Yeah, leave it to the adults now, even though it's called Ponyville Mysteries. It's our time to shine. It's a Timberwolf. What is it? We let you face a boga before. Wait, we'll let you off without the hook, right? We'll let you off without the hook. This is Timberwolves, alright? I bucked a Timberwolf before just to save a baby dragon. And now he was my slave. For a while. Don't ask any more questions, kids. Don't ask me about slavery, kids. Applejack informed the CMCs. We got a license. We got a friendship license. You listening, Apple Bloom? She added for good measure.
Yes,
Apple Bloom said sulkily.
But we'd be a big help.
I know you would, Sugar Cube,
said Applejack, smiling at her little sisters fondly.
But the best thing you could do for us right now is stay safe.
Just like in Season 4. Going to Froggy Bottom Bog to sort out her own battles. Oh. Sweetie Belle gave the tiniest sigh of relief. Staying safe was definitely something that she could do. Actually, said Twilight, I think I do have a job for you three. Twilight time! Maybe. Apple Bloom and Scootaloo brightened. Sweetie Belle winced. You can help Mr. and Mrs. Cake let us share shop! Oh. Apple Bloom and Scootaloo sagged. There's always something interesting, but then there's nothing interesting. Oh. Expectations. Don't expect too much. Sweetie Belle beamed. The only person excited to do something mundane. Yo! I love mundanity.
Meanwhile, the rest of us will try to find that Timberwolf and stop it from attacking again.
Maybe Starlight Glimmer and I can find a spell to help. That worked well last time, Twilight. In like one season, you tackled each other with spells, and then you let Starlight Glimmer do her own thing where she manipulates the other ponies into doing her bidding. Remember that episode? I remember that episode. It was funny. As Twilight trotted off to find Starlight. As Sweetie Belle looked at the fang marks of the caramel apple, she was glad to leave the Timberwolf hunting to Twilight. Still, she felt that maybe she was noticing a pattern to the monster's attacks. And if she was right, she was giving up sugar forever. Whoa, wow, that's a bit of a sinister way to end a chapter, by not eating sweets. That's like ending a freaking true crime novel with someone not drinking alcohol for the rest of the chapter. Crazy. Chapter 8.
This meeting of the Cunimar Crusaders has been called to try to figure out what that Timberwolf is up to,
Apple Bloom announced. Lily Moon looked from Apple Bloom to Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle.
Does it matter that I'm not a Cunimar Crusader?
It does matter. Even though you're not a Cunimar Crusader, yet you're still our friend. They shook their heads. What full of craziness going on? Was it we're specifically told not to get involved in? Apple Bloom suggested they meet at the Crusaders' clubhouse. Also, this is our clubhouse. Hello, welcome. At the very least, they could try to come up with some ideas to help out their sisters and the others.
First item on the list,
Apple Bloom read from her notes.
What makes Timberwolves attack? Some pony insulted them?
Scootaloo suggested.
Their forest home was destroyed?
Lily Moon offered.
Their bark is worse than their bite?
Scootaloo said, grinning. Revenge? I mean, maybe.
Good. What else?
Apple Bloom jotted notes down on a big piece of paper. Sweetie Belle had an idea, but it sounded pretty crazy, even to her. And she was the one who had thought of it. Apple Bloom turned to look at her.
You haven't said anything yet, Sweetie Belle. Don't you have any ideas?
I wish I could, but you always shoot me down, Apple Bloom! And now I don't say anything. Sweetie Belle took a deep breath, then launched into her theory in a rush.
I think the Timberwolf isn't attacking ponies. It's going after sugar. Like at Simple Will's birthday party. It ate all the candy on the table. And it went after cupcakes. And it ate the birthday cake, which was sweet, but not the dog cake, which wasn't. And then it attacked the sugar as part of Ponyville, Mrs. Cake's shop. But it didn't touch anything but the candy and sweets.
Sweetie Belle stopped talking. The other stared at her. It's like, what are you, Pinky? Finally, Apple Bloom sighed.
If you don't have a serious suggestion, you don't need to make stuff up,
she said.
But I am being serious,
Sweetie Belle said, her voice cracking indignantly. It'd probably sound cuter from someone else, but not me.
Whoever heard of a Timberwolf eating candy? That's not what these big teeth are for.
Buffaloes can eat pie. Timberwolves can eat taffy.
Actually,
Lily Moon said thoughtfully.
Sweetie Belle might be onto something.
What? Scootaloo blurted. Ha! Sweetie Belle said. Have you ever heard of wereponies? Oh my god. You're fucking serious. Alright, we're delving into that shit territory now. They're wereponies. I think it's just a wild theory that Lily Moon is cooking up in her closet up there on her brain. But, yeah. I want ghost ponies next. Please, can that be ghost ponies next? Lily Moon asked the others.
Ponies who change into different creatures? There was that one time Fluttershy turned into a vampire fruit bat pony.
Apple Bloom said, remembering.
Like that.
Lily Moon nodded. Only it happens on a full moon. Luna, it's your fault.
You think the Timberwolf may be actually
a pony? Scootaloo asked, her eyes wide.
Which pony?
Okay, all right. I'm gonna put the book down right now, alright? I'm gonna put the book down. Because I know exactly where this is going right now. Do all of you guys know where this is going? I know what the plot twist is. It's Pinkie Pie. Come on, she makes sweets. She eats a lot of sweets. She's literally named Pinkie Pie. Come on. It's Pinkie Pie. She's the werewolf that crouches in the night. Although that's a lot more stories about her. Yeah, I think it's Pinkie Pie. If I actually read that bit and it says it was Pinkie Pie, don't blame me for saying that I called it. Anyway. She knew it couldn't be her friends or her sister, since they had all been around when the monster showed up. But what if it was some pony else she knew? Like Maya Mare or Miss Cheerily. Yo, imagine Maya Mare turning into a werewolf. I mean, she is kind of a politician, so she's got the bound to keep some dirty secrets.
I don't know.
Lily Moon shrugged.
I'm just saying, this Timberwolf isn't acting like a real Timberwolf, especially when it comes to candy. But if it was really a werepony who had a sweet tooth, well, how do you spot a werepony?
Apple Bloom asked.
I don't know,
Lily Moon admitted again.
But I know where we can find out.
To the library! Oh, or my house. My house. Chapter 9. I'm sure there's a chapter on wereponies and the lost creatures of Equestria. Okay, so just like with the map thing, right? They're gonna keep going back to that book, every single book, right? Any creature they find. I think most of these books is gonna be like finding a mysterious creature in the Everfree Forest and read a book about it, and they try to tackle the way to stop it. That's what I think. That's gonna be the pattern in these whole freaking books, isn't it? If so, I'm gonna be really disappointed. I really hope they want to go to. I really wish they would go to like a secret location or something, just uncover some sort of mystery that exposes Ponyville's drug ring or something. I don't fucking know. Anyway, Lily Moon said as they walked up Horseshoe Hill.
Didn't we tell
thought, sisters, we weren't gonna get into any more monster trouble.
Nobody keeps their promises except Picky.
We aren't getting into trouble,
Apple Bloom said.
we're just gathering information.
Sweetie Belle had a feeling gathering information would quickly turn into getting into trouble. But she didn't want them to think she was scared, so she let it go. She'll probably, come back into the forefront, I guess. As they reached Lily Moon's house, the front door flew open. More door abuse. And Amber Moon came trotting out. She saw him and rolled her eyes.
Don't you three have your own homes to go to? She asked. Sure, but if we didn't come visit, no pony would be around to tell you that you'd be a lot happier if you weren't so nasty all the time.
Scootaloo shot back. Amber Moon's eyes widened in surprise. Yo, am I getting sassed right now?
Where are you going?
Lily Moon asked quickly, changing the subject. Amber Moon continued glaring at Scootaloo, but answered her sister's question.
Well, since some pony in this house keeps stealing my candy, I'm going into town to get some more.
Ugh! Ugh! Girl talk, right?
I'll never borrow anything from you ever again. Happy? Happier.
Amber Moon said as she trotted down the hill.
So?
Apple Bloom asked casually.
Has your sister always liked candy? Yeah. She's had a sweet tooth for as long as I can.
Lily Moon's eyes widened.
But it couldn't be her. She was at the pony with us. She did kind of disappear right before the Timberwolves showed up, though.
Oh, I see. A red herring. It's a great plot device. I like it.
And you did say she acts weirder
During a full moon. No, because it's big. Maybe she's claustrophobic maybe she's like has a phobia towards big moons.
I totally bet it's her.
Scootaloo said.
That's why she's so mean. She's always that mean.
Lily Moon shrugged.
It doesn't mean she's a were-pony.
Were-ponies? Some pony cackled above them. They all looked up to see Auntie Eclipse trotting down the stairs. Oh, wait, we got Boomer trouble.
Now, why would such innocent little fillies be talking about were-ponies?
Sweetie Belle glanced nervously at the others. Should they tell Auntie Eclipse what they thought was going on? Nah, she'll forget it. Take your medicine. Sleep in the corner. Go to bed. Lily Moon suddenly shook her head. Sweetie Belle sighed. Of course they weren't going to do that.
We just, have a report for class.
Apple Bloom lied.
Every pony's got different creatures.
Scootaloo added.
We got a were-pony. So we were just gonna check out a book in your library to see what it said about ponies and Timberwolves and...
Timberwolves?
Auntie Eclipse interrupted her.
You want to know about ponies turning into Timberwolves?
The ponies nodded.
Timberwolves aren't like regular wolves.
Duh.
Scootaloo said.
They're made of timber?
Auntie Eclipse arched an eyebrow at Scootaloo.
Sorry.
She said quickly.
It's a rare matter that brings wood to life. In fact, it's only ever been found in one place of all of Equestria.
Do you have a free forest?
Lily Moon asked. Auntie Eclipse nodded.
Timberwolves have never been spotted anywhere since. And you won't find any books about ponies turning into...
Of course you wouldn't find any books about Timberwolves. My God, every single thing about, documenting evidence of historical shit, it's not in our interest, really. Even in the current day and age, we're still recording shit down. It's crazy, right?
Seems like a strange, not the same way they would turn into a were-pony. Seems like a strange assignment to give young fillies.
Auntie Eclipse let the comment hang in the air. The young ponies all glanced at one another, unsure of what to say next.
Thanks for your help,
Apple Bloom finally said.
I'm sure we can find the rest of what we need on our own.
She started toward the library.
Actually,
Auntie Eclipse said, stepping in front of her.
I'll be needing the library this afternoon. I'm sure you have more than enough information for a school project.
She strode into the library, the door magically closing behind her. Oh, you could have just slammed it. Come on.
Wow.
Scootaloo said.
Guess she really doesn't want us in there. Great,
Lily Moon said.
Where are we gonna get answers now?
Actually! Everyone loves to say actually in this fucking book. I miss technically. I must have missed the word technically.
Actually,
Apple Bloom said with a grin.
there may be some pony who could help us.
Chapter 10 Pony! Yeah, let's get a Chapter 10 Pony in there. Sweetie Belle shuddered at the spooky trees and strange sounds of creatures that stayed just out of sight. For some pony who didn't like scary places, she sure found herself in the Everfree Forest a whole lot. You gotta get over your fears, girl. Come on, keep walking through that shit. Just avoid the poison joke, right? Fortunately, she knew where they were going, and that place didn't scare her at all. Anymore. Still, Sweetie Belle didn't want to spend any more time in the spooky forest than she absolutely had to.
You know a zebra? And she lives in the Everfree Forest?
Lily Moon asked as they walked along the path.
You think she'll help us? Zangorwarrior helped me when I got cutie pox.
Season 2.
I bet you she knows about curing other creatures too.
She'd probably be like, unfortunately, I don't have the cure, but I have a temporary solution. Let's put it down on oubliette. There you go. She turned the corner and saw a hooded figure gathering plants just off the path. What if Sakura is a werepony? I'm sorry. I'm laughing just thinking about the prospect. It's so funny. It had to be good. Okay. I guess that's the point of this book. It's just keep me guessing. The figure turned and regarded the fillies. 4 ponies, where they were usually free. Have you all come out here just to see me? The figure removed her hood, and Sakura smiled at them.
Hi, Sakura.
The Crusaders said in union. Sakura glanced at Lilymoon.
I'm always happy to have guests. Who might you be?
I know the rest. So, we homies. We know each other like a bat.
Hi.
Lilymoon said slyly.
I'm Lilymoon. My family just moved here.
Sakura nodded, then turned and walked along the path. Follow me, and sit a spell. I'm sure you all have much to tell, she said over her shoulder. The others quickly followed. Sweetie Belle heard Lilymoon gasp when they arrived at Sakura's home. It was pretty impressive. Oh my god, it's clean! Imagine being scared by cleanliness. Sakura lived inside a giant tree that Twilight used to live in, but not anymore. Different colored bottles filled with Celestia knew what dangled from the branches outside. Sweetie Belle looked around as they walked through the door. A cauldron was bubbling, odd objects hung on the walls, and the shelves were filled with spells and potions. Sakura checked the bubbling cauldron as she regarded the young ponies. I sense this is more than a friendly visit. You all look worried. So come now. What is it? Great rhyme.
We know it sounds crazy, but I think the Timberwolf that attacked Ponyville is really a werepony.
Apple Bloom explained. Sakura's eyes widened. A werepony can bring much danger, but a werepony Timberwolf? That's even stranger.
Very strange.
Lilymoon agreed.
My aunt told us a werepony Timberwolf was impossible.
I don't want to say that your aunt was wrong, but it is possible, if the magic is strong. Lilymoon looked surprised that her aunt might not be right about something. Yo, boomers, they don't know shit about anything. I'm a shaman. I brew potions for a living. Well, I don't get paid for it, but I do it for the good sake of my heart. Sakura cocked her head. But I'm confused. Please explain to me. Why would a Timberwolf be a pony? Scootaloo nodded to Sweetie Belle, who was getting way more comfortable in Sakura's familiar home than out in the forest.
I noticed that both times this Timberwolf attacked, it only ate candy,
Sweetie Belle said, which seemed really weird. Yes, I see, said Sakura. That is quite suspicious. You think it's some pony who finds candy delicious. The ponies nodded. A spell this strong is very impressive, but the pony who cast it is clearly aggressive.
I didn't even think about that,
Apple Bloom admitted.
Who would turn a pony into a Timberwolf?
I don't know, a pony who is evil? You know, honest, I guess.
Why would someone turn a pony into a Timberwolf?
Scootaloo added. Sakura looked away from the ponies. She stared out the window into the forest beyond. Sweetie Belle thought she looked worried? Nah, just contemplative. I have an idea, but I don't want to say. I believe that's a tale to tell some other day. For now,
let's just focus on getting a cure, as always. We will know more when it's time, I am sure. Sakura wandered around the room as she spoke, gathering bottles, herbs, and various ingredients. Excuse me. She tossed them into the boiling cauldron. To avoid serious trouble, there is no time to waste. You must locate the pony, and do it with haste.
You mean so it won't have time to attack again?
Asked Scootaloo. Sakura took her head. There are bigger things at play than you understand. If you don't cure this pony as fast as you can... Oh, there are bigger things at play... What? Oh, there are bigger things at play that you understand. If you don't cure this pony as fast as you can, it may never turn back into a pony again. The fillies all looked at one another. She didn't rhyme the second time. Suspicious. What was I going to say? I know Apple Bloom has seen Sakura a couple of times because she's kind of familiar with her from season 1. But Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo, isn't this like the first time they've interacted with Sakura? Like, firsthand? I know Discord interacted with Sakura in the comics, but she only like mentioned her in the show once. And that was it. He never actually talked to Sakura. So I think the CMC themselves, and Lily Moon also talked to Sakura now. I think it's usually just Apple Bloom that talks to Sakura, but now it's the rest of the CMC. You know, we're building that connection.
It becomes permanent?
Sweetie Belle squeaked. Sakura nodded.
But how are we going to figure out who it is?
Lily Moon asked.
Maybe we've already have.
Scootaloo said.
It's not my sister.
Lily Moon insisted. Sakura took an empty bottle and filled it with the milky grey potion bubbling in her cauldron. A Timberwolf pony could hide anywhere. But when you do find it, you must pluck a hair. Oh, so like what Chrysalis does, right?
We have to what?
Sweetie Belle asked. Sakura handed Apple Bloom the bottle filled with potion. Put the hair in the potion and watch it turn pink. When the pony turns Timberwolf, give it his drink. And then it'll see into the past to see that Night Moon banishes, turns herself evil and stuff. Visions of the past, stuff like that.
Are you sure we want to do this?
Sweetie Belle hesitated. But Apple Bloom's enthusiasm overpowered the sentiment.
Wow! Thanks, Sakura. I knew you'd know what to do,
she said, studying the potion. She turned to the others.
Come on, y'all. We got no time to waste.
Should have said Twilight time to waste, but, well. She learns potions from 2 kind of people. The ponies all rushed toward the door. Sweetie Belle was less speed than the others, but Sakura's voice stopped them. One final thing. When the suspect you find, here is a warning to keep in your mind. The ponies all stopped and turned. Sakura looked at them with a very serious expression. Don't let it scratch you, whatever you do, or else you will turn into a Timberwolf too! But what if I enjoy being scratched? Have you ever thought about Sakura? Yeah, never thought about that. Anyway, so it's like a virus. So it's kind of like a virus, yeah. I'm going to be dead. I'm going to turn into a wolf. Although it wouldn't be too bad. It's like having to be a pony for the rest of my life. Chapter 11.
Did you hear her? We can become Timberwolves!
Sweetie Belle called, rushing after the others as they hurried towards Ponyville. Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Lily Moon were busy discussing what to do next.
How do we get the Timberwolf to drink the potion?
Scootaloo asked.
We know it likes candy. We could pour it on something sweet,
Lily Moon suggested. Sweetie Belle couldn't believe what she was hearing.
We aren't gonna do anything,
she said loudly. Everybody turned to look at her.
Our sisters told us not to get in trouble, remember?
What, you gonna be a narc, Sweetie Belle? There's a Timberwolf running around Ponyville eating candy. And you're gonna try and narc on us? Bro, you're a killjoy. The others stopped running and considered what she said. Apple Bloom sighed heavily.
Sweetie Belle is right, y'all,
she said.
We did promise not to get into more mischief. Thank you.
Sweetie Belle was relieved.
But everybody still thinks it's a regular Timberwolf,
Scootaloo said.
We need to tell him it's really Amber Moon. We don't know my sister was a were-pony.
It reminds me of this one movie. Your Sister is a Werewolf. And I remember that movie because it has Christopher Lee in it. And he would say this title of the movie, say like, Your sister is a werewolf. And I remember that line stuck out to me because it's Christopher Lee. But he's a really good actor. And he passed away he passed away too soon. But he was a great actor, and I remember one of his roles was in a B movie or something like that, where his sister turned into a werewolf. So, are they actually going to make like an obscure reference to that movie alone? Is it going to be like ladies that dance around with naked tits? Again, that's what happened in the movie. She thought for a minute, then...
It could be one of your sister's friends.
What? Who? Applebloom replied. The pink one. Pinkie Pie. I mean, who would have thought? Called it.
She was acting really strange at the party.
Lily Moon pointed out.
Yeah, but that's Pinkie. She always acts weird.
Applebloom said.
She did say she slept for the whole Timberwolf attack.
Sweetie Belle realized. That does seem a little suspicious.
You just don't want Amber Moon to be the werepony, so you're trying to make us think it's Pinkie.
Scootaloo accused Lily Moon. The unicorn rolled her eyes.
You don't like my sister, so you want her to be a werepony.
Yeah, you're just projecting, Scootaloo. Come on. You just want someone to be the bad girl, the bad guy, just to fit your fucking agenda. Damn it, Scootaloo. Where's CMC? Scootaloo considered that.
Okay, that's actually kind of true,
she admitted.
If we tell Rarity and her friends what we know,
Sweetie Belle said,
they can check out Pinkie and Amber Moon. We should get a hair from Amber Moon's mane or tail,
Applebloom said.
Just in case.
I wouldn't mind sniffing that shit. Actually, Lily Moon reached into her bag and pulled out a paintbrush.
The hair is no problem. I still haven't returned this.
You haven't cleaned that shit? Ew. She magically pulled a long black hair from the brush. She looked at the others. If my sister is the werepony, we can handle it.
And if it's Pinkie, either way, we gotta tell the others right now,
Applebloom decided.
Let's hustle, y'all.
They rushed back to Ponyville. The sun was setting when they arrived, but the town was bustling. They quickly realized why. Rarity, Applejack, and their friends were preparing to head off into the Everfree Forest to hunt down the Timberwolf! Yo, savages! Savages! Hunt down the Timberwolf! Yo, or is that scene from Beauty and the Beast? What was his name? Hunt Down the Bees? What was the name of the musical number? I don't fucking know. All I remember is savages. The CMCs had arrived just in time. Yo, we're starting a riot! Picket fort. They rushed toward the crowd.
Rarity!
Sweetie Belle called. Rarity turned and saw the fillies approaching.
Sweetie Belle, darling, we're just a teensy bit busy at the moment,
Rarity explained.
Perhaps whatever it is can wait until after we dealt with this beastly business. We're here because of the beastly business,
Applebloom explained.
Oh no, you ain't,
Applejack said, walking over to them.
If I told you once, I told you a dozen times. We are handling this. We know,
Applebloom said.
But we need to tell you what you're handling. Don't worry,
Fluttershy said sweetly as she walked past him.
We know just how to take care of the poor creature.
She ends up fucking wrestling it, just like in season 2.
You do?
Scootaloo asked.
Sure,
Applejack said.
We're gonna catch it. We're gonna find it, catch it, and take it far away where it can't harm no pony.
To Tartarus.
You can't!
Sweetie Belle squeaked.
It's not regular Timberwolf. It's we doing this or what?
Rainbow Dash called out to the others.
1 second.
Applejack called back, then turned to the fillies.
We appreciate y'all wanting to help, but we do this stuff all the time.
It's in our resume. We kind of had to file it out to the nations.
Don't worry about us,
Rarity said to Sweetie Belle reassuringly.
Rarity, we aren't worried. But you don't... Pinkie dear, are you quite all right?
Asked Rarity, cutting off her sister. Sweetie Belle and the others turned and saw Pinkie Pie walking toward them, strangely subdued.
Never better,
Pinkie said. She really didn't look so good, but she was putting on a brave face for the task at hand.
Let's do this thing!
She walked past the fillies and she struggled to smile. As she passed, Sweetie Belle saw Lily Moon use magic to pluck a hair from Pinkie's tail. No pony else noticed. So you can actually pluck hair from ponies' tails by using your magic. I don't know why Chrysalis disguised as someone else didn't do that with her horn. Instead, she did it by hoof. I don't know. Think better, Chrysalis. As they trotted off, Applejack and Rarity glanced back at the fillies.
Y'all go home.
Stay out of trouble, Applejack warned.
Don't be scared, Sweetie Belle. We shall be fine,
Rarity called. The grown-up ponies all hurried into the forest, Twilight leading the way. "'Cause I'm the princess!"
I can't believe it.
Scootaloo said.
They wouldn't even listen to us.
Apple Bloom said, kicking her hoof in the dirt angrily.
If we're right, they're gonna take some poor pony and dump it Celestial knows where. If it is my sister, she'll be stuck as a Timberwolf forever.
Lilymouth looked horrified.
And if it is Pinky,
Scootaloo said, looking at the rising dusk,
and she transforms into a werepony when she's with the others.
They all looked up at the sky. The full moon will be out soon. And it's not a half moon. Come on, Luna, can you ever think about doing a half moon like the comics? The comics had a half moon. Make it a half moon, Luna, come on. Just get adventurous. Sweetie Belle was the one who finally said what they were all thinking. Even though Sweetie Belle's just like, alright, the moon's split in half. We're done. We finally said what they were all thinking, even though she didn't want to.
We had to go find the Timberwolf first, don't we?
You bet your ass we do. I mean, why do you think we're called the Kingdom Hearts Crusaders Super Sleuths? I mean, no, we're just called the CMC. We're just called the CMC. Chapter 12.
Are you sure this is the best plan?
Sweetie Belle asked as she walked over to the others. They were standing by the entrance to the Everfree Forest. She adjusted the knapsack on her back, with slack and a rack. They each wore one filled with candy. They had raided their emergency Nightmare Night supplies. They have emergency supplies, just in case of Nightmare Night emergencies, to make sure they had enough for the mission.
We don't have a choice. We only got one shot at this,
Apple Bloom said. She pulls Akora's potion out of her bag.
We go in, find the Timberwolf, and get it to drink this here potion. Well, first, we have to figure out who the Timberwolf is.
Lilymouth reminded them. She opened her bag, one black hair and one pink hair visible inside.
Once we find out which one it is, we drop the hair in the potion and wait for it to turn pink.
Scootaloo finished. And that means she's pregnant! Happy baby shower! Yay! She reached into her bag and pulled out a buckball-sized peppermint.
Once it does, we pour the potion on this. We know that whoever it is likes candy. This they won't be able to pass up.
Sweetie Belle was terrified, but she was determined to do what needed to be done. A pony's life was at stake. Maybe Abamoon, maybe Piggy Pie. She would not be a scaredy pony. I made an oath!
You ready?
Apple Bloom asked. Sweetie Belle screamed and jumped.
Yes. Sorry. I'm just a little nervous.
Sweetie Belle replied. The others looked at one another.
Sweetie Belle, no pony will be upset if you don't come.
Apple Bloom said gently. Sweetie Belle took a deep breath. She could do this.
We have a pony to save. Let's go, Crusaders.
Apple Bloom smiled. They all hoofed bump again, packed, and marched into the Everfree Forest as the last rays of sunlight faded on the horizon. Night vision goggles, girls. Continuing deeper into the forest, they left a trail of candy behind them. Whoever the Timberwolf was, the sugar would be too much to resist. After they had been at it for a while, Sweetie Belle was starting to wonder, is this the second time they went into the Everfree Forest? Well, I mean, it is kind of the central theme of the whole fucking series, but yeah. The Everfree Forest needs some backstory. Sweetie Belle was starting to wonder if the plan was going to work at all. Then she heard a noise.
What was that?
Sweetie Belle asked nervously. The others stopped and listened, but there was nothing but the sounds of the forest.
It's just your imagination.
Kicking out the ghostlies, come on! But a second later, it happened again. This time, Lilymoon heard it too.
It sounded like paper?
Lilymoon said. The ponies all quietly made their way through the forest, following the noise. Above them, clouds blanketed the night sky, blocking the moonlight and making it hard to see. However, they could hear the rustling noise getting louder. Scootaloo motioned to the others and pointed toward a ravine up ahead. The fillies kept closer. They poked over their heads over a ledge and looked down to see what was making noise. A shadowy figure was hunched over a large mound of something.
Is that
Twist? Sweetie Belle whispered. Below them in the ravine, Twist sat next to a pile of candy. The rustling they had heard was her unwrapping the candy before she popped it into her mouth.
She took all our candy!
Scootaloo said.
Now the were-pony will never get it! Twist, cut it out!
Applebloom yelled, jumping over the ridge. Stop sabotaging our things! Get out of my laboratory, Twist! She's just ejected from the cast. Twist looked up, shocked to see them.
What are you guys doing out here?
She asked nervously.
We are trying to find a were-pony, but you eating all our bait!
Applebloom shouted. Twist looked scared. But why would she be scared of them?
Please, you don't have to go,
Twist said.
before it's too late.
Too late for what? Scootaloo asked. Above them, the clouds parted, and the light of the full moon shone down on the ravine. Twist doubled over like she had a really bad stomachache. Oh, shit!
You guys,
Lily Moon said, backing away slowly. Tiny leaves popped out of Twist's mane. Vines wrapped around her hooves. Oh, fuck! Okay, I did not see that. I know why her name is Twist now. Fuck! Of course. The riders got one-upped. They one-upped me, you guys. You got me, guys. I thought I was gonna be... I thought I was gonna call you out for being predictable as fuck. But nope. Nope.
hey, it's okay, Twist.
Applebloom said slowly as she motioned for them all the back out of the ravine.
Why don't you keep the candy?
Twist howled up at the moon. The fillies turned and rushed out of the ravine. But Lily Moon suddenly stopped. She looked back at Twist.
Hang on!
She called. She rushed down on Twist, continued her transformation.
Lily Moon, be careful!
Sweetie Belle yelled. Lily Moon leaped down next to Twist. Leaves, wood, and moss covered her body, but her orange tail was still visible. Lily Moon snagged a single hair in her teeth and rushed back to join the others. As they hurried out of the ravine, Sweetie Belle glanced back down. The transformation was complete! They have found the were-pony! Twist is the Timberwolf! What a twist. Also, do you recall but one issue in Ponyville Mysteries where Twist actually explained that the CMC helped her to transform herself back from a were-pony to a pony again? They explained that, and I thought she was just recording an event that just randomly happened. I didn't know it was in this fucking book. So the comic referenced this book, and I didn't even fucking know about it. Ponyville Mysteries referenced Ponyville Mysteries. What the fuck? How was I supposed to know that? I was questioning so much shit before. All my questions have been answered. Fucking hell, dude. All of these books that I'm reading, it all ties together. My god, dude. My god. I feel like a dumbass. I feel like a dumbass. Okay. So, what is this? The last chapter? Chapter 13? Yeah, chapter 13. The Timberwolf snarled and stuck her wooden muzzle to snuffle at the pile of empty wrappers. There was no candy left. She sniffed the air. Her head turned, and her glowing eyes stared right at the ponies. We gotta give a background. We gotta give Twist, like a nice arc, right? We gotta give Twist something. One of the backup ponies. We need to pick one backup pony to give, like, some importance. Who we should pick? Yo, let's pick Twist. She could be a were-pony. We need to give her some significance so that fans can remember her. Oh. Sweetie Belle couldn't move. Glancing to either side, she could see that for once, she wasn't the only one frozen with fear. Next to her, Scootaloo, Applebloom, and Lily Moon stood just as still. Twist growled and took a few steps toward them.
The candy. In the bags.
Lily Moon whispered.
Should we eat the candy and run?
Scootaloo asked.
We need to get the potion ready.
Applebloom whispered back.
We need to get away.
Sweetie Belle said.
We can't help Twist if we're a Timberwolf, Chow. I thought you said this Timberwolf only ate sweets.
Scootaloo whispered.
You want to be the one to test that?
Sweetie Belle hissed. Actually, no, Sweetie Belle, get out there. You probably taste like marshmallow. We can put that fetus to rest if you volunteer. Below them, the Timberwolf moved cautiously but steadily closer. Here. Lily Moon's horn glowed brightly, and the hair from Twist's tail floated over to Sweetie Belle.
You go get the potion ready while the Timberwolf is distracted.
Lily Moon charged down the ravine toward the Timberwolf. Her horn glowed and the knapsack on her back flew into the air, just in front of Twister's wooden nose.
Hungry?
Lily Moon shouted. Twister growled at Lily Moon, but didn't take her eyes off the floating bag of candy. She swiped it off with a massive paw. Bitch!
Wow, Lily Moon is awesome.
Apple Bloom said breathlessly. She's gonna turn bi. She's gonna turn bi.
Yeah, that's brave right there.
Scootaloo agreed. She's also gonna turn bi. Sweetie Belle nodded. She could never do anything like that. Lily Moon yelled up at them.
It's going to be a pretty lame distraction if there's nothing to divert from. Oh, rat.
Apple Bloom grabbed the potion and pulled out the stopper. Sweetie Belle's horn glowed, and Twister's hair floated into the liquid. The Crusaders watched as the liquid began to bubble and swirl from milky grey to a bright pink.
Ooh, pretty.
Sweetie Belle whispered. The other two stared at her.
What?
She said.
It is?
Wait till you figure out green. Scootaloo dug the giant peppermint out of her bag and poured the pink potion over it. The elixir soaked into the candy, and it glowed brightly.
Hey guys!
Lily Moon called out to them. They turned and saw her up in the branches of a tree on the opposite bridge of the ravine. Twist clawed the tree with her front paws, and it's the same tree they just encountered in the first book. It'd be so funny.
Okay, Crusaders, let's do this.
Apple Bloom and Scootaloo rushed down the ravine. As scared as she was, Sweetie Belle was just behind them. Of course she is. She wouldn't be front-heading this shit.
Don't let her scratch you,
she reminded her friend. The Timberwolf turned when she heard them rushing toward her. Scootaloo said, holding the glowing peppermint in front of her.
Doesn't this look nice and tasty, Twist?
The Timberwolf licked the bark around her mouth with her leafy tongue. Yeah, I want to suck that shit. She took a few steps toward them. Sweetie Belle smiled. It was going to work! They were going to say Twist! Suddenly, a rope lassoed the Timberwolf's mouth shut and pulled her away from the peppermint. Oh, goddammit, Applejack! Stop being a cock block! Sweetie Belle looked at the top of the ridge and saw Applejack, Rarity, and the others. And Applejack held the rope and glared down at the fillies. You'll step away from there, Timberwolf. Chapter 14. Wait! Sweetie Belle squeaked, but no pony was listening. Twilight Sparkle blasted a beam of purple light from her horn, encasing the entire ravine in a magical shield. Ravine is secure, she called to the others. And let's get that Timberwolf and transport it out of here.
You can't do that!
Lily Moon called from the tree.
Oh, we can.
And we totally will, Rainbow Dash said confidently as she hovered in the air. The Timberwolf leaped and tried to claw at Rainbow Dash, but Applejack tugged on the rope, jerking away the Timberwolf's muzzle. At one time she used the lasso for something useful, apart from snaring a crocodile's mouth shut, and tried to defeat Tirek, but that didn't work out very well. Applejack ignored its growls and glared at her sister.
Y'all got some serious explaining to do,
she said.
We will explain, if y'all just stop and listen for a second,
Apple Bloom replied. Rarity and Pinkie Pie slid down into the ravine and blocked the Timberwolf on either side.
After you fillies are out of danger,
Rarity said firmly, as Fluttershy cautiously approached the Timberwolf.
Hello there. You must be scared. How about you let us help you?
She said sweetly. The Timberwolf tried backing away from Fluttershy, but Applejack held her securely with the rope.
Just let us feed her this peppermint, and then it will all make sense,
demanded Scootaloo.
Timberwolves don't eat peppermint, silly,
Pinkie Pie said, giggling.
This one does,
Lily Moon said, leaping in. I challenge your perception of logic, Pinkie! I am actually challenging Pinkie logic for a second. This is Lily Moon logic!
Show them,
she said to Scootaloo, using her magic to untie Applejack's lasso. Hey now! Stop there! The actual fact that Applejack's lasso got untangled by a fucking child pony's magic. Again, Applejack, worst pony. As soon as the Timberwolf was freed, what is even the point of a lasso anymore if magic could just get rid of it? What's even the point? You're at a loss. As soon as the Timberwolf was freed, she roared and tried to run away, but Twilight's shield prevented her from going anywhere. Here! Scootaloo shouted as she rushed towards the Timberwolf with the peppermint.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What are you thinking?
Rainbow Dash said as she swooped down and grabbed Scootaloo.
That thing is dangerous! No!
Scootaloo shouted as the peppermint flew out of her hooves and landed to the dirt below, right next to Sweetie Belle, who picked it up.
Toss it here, Sweetie Belle!
Apple Blooms called. Sweetie Belle, you put that down this instant! Rarity shouted. The Timberwolf crouched defensively, her back against Twilight's shield. For Cerberus' sake! And not Celestia's sake. Apparently Cerberus is a god. Running towards Sweetie Belle and the peppermint.
None of you are listening! Sweetie Belle, throw it at me!
Pinkie bounced over and hugged Lily Moon tightly, then asked,
Hey, what game, sister?
Are you on Team Pony or Team Timberwolf here? The Timberwolf was ready to leap at any pony who came close. Applejack rushed towards it. The Timberwolf slashed at her with her claws. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Sweetie Belle gasped. At the last moment, Applejack ducked. Oh, okay, that's okay. She quick, but the wooden claws harmlessly raked against her hair. A little scratch ain't gonna bother me none, fella. I got 20 more versions of these shit! You think I'm deterred? Applejack said, looking for an opening.
Sis!
Apple Bloom ran and barreled into her older sister, knocking her out of the way just as the Timberwolf slashed into her again.
Stay back! If she scratches you, you'll turn into a Timberwolf too!
Say what now? Applejack asked as she stood up.
Twist is a werepony,
Lily Moon explained.
Twist? That's Twist?
Pinkie Pie asked.
That's what we've been trying to tell you!
Scootaloo called from above. Still at Rainbow Dash's hooves. Everybody started talking at once. Well, I mean, you got a discussion going. The Timberwolf turned into a snarling circle, confused by all the shouting. Sweetie Belle stared at the peppermint in her hooves. Looking around, she saw that every pony was busy yelling. She really wished she could explain it all and not have to be the brave one, but so far that had been a disaster. This had to be done now. Sweetie Belle took a big breath. She didn't think about it. She just ran as fast as she could towards Twist.
Sweetie Belle, no!
Rarity called, but Sweetie Belle kept going. She don't give no shit, YOLO! The Timberwolf flew toward her and round out a fog of sour green breath.
Not a scaredy pony, not a scaredy pony, not a scaredy pony!
Sweetie Belle would whisper to her over and over again. Just a few more feet. She was almost there. Everybody shouted as Sweetie Belle jumped into the air. The Timberwolf leaped to meet her, its jaws gaping wide, and Sweetie Belle jammed the peppermint into the Timberwolf's wide mouth. You know, I should just end it here. Be fun. No, well, I think we've got like a couple of chapters to go before book 3 comes around. I don't think we're going to read book 3 tonight because it's already late as it is. Chapter 15! The Timberwolf collapsed, as if she had suddenly fallen into a deep sleep. Rarity rushed towards Sweetie Belle and helped her up.
Sweetie Belle, what were you thinking?
She asked.
Somebody had to help Twist,
Sweetie Belle said shakily. Twilight's shield vanished, and she trotted over to join them. What'd you learn that shield magic thing from Starlight? Lame, Twilight, lame.
Now, what is all this about a werepony?
Twilight asked.
It's a long story,
Lily Moon stated.
but the short version is, Sweetie Belle figured out the Timberwolf was a werepony, we got a cure from Sakura, and then we tried to tell y'all so we could handle it, but you were so busy protecting us, you wouldn't listen.
Apple Bloom finished, glaring at her sister.
So we had to deal with it ourselves.
Scootaloo explained.
We thought the Timberwolf was either Lily Moon's sister or Pinkie Pie.
Why me? Pinkie Pie asked, shocked.
You were acting really weird at Zipper Will's party.
Apple Bloom said.
And you said you slept through the Timberwolf attack on Sugar Cube Corner. Oh! Well, that's because I was trying to break the equestrian record for Earth Pony unicycle juggling on the first night of the full moon. See?
Pinkie whipped 3 unicycles out of nowhere and began juggling them as the others gaped.
It made me kind of tired the next day.
She was trying to break a Guinness World Record. I can envision the pony doing that.
Anyhow, we came out here because we were worried about you guys.
Scootaloo continued.
And then we found out the Timberwolf was Twist. But we couldn't let her send you away. And she got stuck as a werepony forever. Wow.
Twilight said.
That's really good work.
And I'm admitting it as a princess. Usually I get away scot-free with logic like that. Damn. I knew there was something good about you, Scootaloo. How would you like to be a princess? How would you like to be an alicorn? Don't worry, I guess that's you on the home. Don't worry, I got a dial-up.
Definitely.
Rainbow Dash added.
You guys are pretty awesome. Especially standing up to us.
Hey now. Applejack said as Rarity sniffed. Don't push it! There's some things that are left untouched in this world, Rainbow Dash. We're not going to let kids. We're not going to be the pushovers. We have elements of harmony. We have magic. Behind them, somebody groaned. A pile of wood, leaves, and bark lay where the timber wolf had been. Twist poked out her head. She looked around, confused.
Hey, you guys. What's going on?
She asked. Lily Moon and the Crusaders rushed over to her.
Twist, are you okay?
Sweetie Belle asked.
I think so.
She responded.
What happened?
Asked Apple Bloom.
I have no idea.
Twist said as she crawled out of the pile.
I got home from school the other day and felt gross. So I stayed home from the party, and then I had a crazy dream. I wanted to eat lots and lots of candy. I saw some ponies in the forest and felt really funny. It wasn't a dream.
Lily Moon said seriously. Then she smiled and nodded towards Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Sweetie Belle.
But you're okay now. Thanks to the
Cutie Mark Crusaders. +1. Apple Bloom put her hoof full around Lily Moon and said,
all of the Cutie Mark Crusaders. +1.
Lily Moon beamed. I guess I owe you an apology, Sugar Cube, Applejack told her sister. We should have listened to y'all.
It's okay.
For now. It's like the one time. The one time. No, our kids gonna like give him the back sass. Her kids are gonna be turned into like Pony on the corn now. Yo, we rule the streets because we sort out monster trouble from the Evergreen Forest. Elements of harmony, you just stay in your lane. You stay in your lane. Yeah, but see, this Cutie Mark Crusader Super Suits are back in business.
But next time, you better listen. Next time,
I swear, you just love finding trouble, don't you? As the Apple Sisters continued to bicker, Rarity turned to Sweetie Belle.
Sweetie Belle, darling, I'm so proud of you,
she said.
Ah, I'm just glad I wasn't a scaredy pony,
Sweetie Belle said happily.
Are you kidding?
Scootaloo said.
After that move, no pony will ever call you scared again.
Well, except the schoolhouse ponies, but they haven't seen it. They have not seen it, so it wouldn't matter. They'll just call you a farce. Twilight was staring up at the moon thoughtfully. She looked at the Crusaders.
Even though I don't love you putting yourselves in danger, we all owe you our thanks. You did some excellent research. But did you ever figure out how Twist became a werepony?
The Crusaders all shook their heads.
That's the one thing we can't quite get,
Apple Bloom admitted. Twilight looked troubled.
What's wrong, Twilight?
Rainbow Dash asked. There's some dangerous magic being cast here in Ponyville, and I don't like it. The Alencorn Princess frowned. Oh, we're not done? What else needs to be explored? We sorted out the problem. Chapter 16.
And then Sweetie Belle scalloped past every pony, ran straight at the Timberwolf, leaped into the air.
Scootaloo jumped onto the seesaw on the playground for dramatic effect, and paused.
And soared across the ravine. The Timberwolf jumped out at her, her tart claws slashing the air. Whoosh, whoosh. But Sweetie Belle wasn't having it. She crammed the candy right in the monster's slobbering jaws.
Scootaloo turned to Twist.
No offense. It's fine.
Sweet said, grinned.
That's totally what happened. Sweetie Belle saved my life.
The other ponies on the playground all turned to look at Sweetie Belle, who was standing off to the side, blushing.
That's Sweetie Belle?
Snips asked. Are you sure? Snails added.
It wasn't exactly like that. Every pony helped.
Sweetie Belle wanted her friends to get the credit they deserved. Yes, Scootaloo! Stop claiming the claim of glory! You're taking it after Rainbow Dash, even though you're not biologically her sister.
But you did leap into the air and make Twist eat the candy?
Silver Spoon confirmed.
Yeah.
Sweetie Belle's blush intensified. It was nice not being the scaredy pony anymore. Now she's a scary pony. But all the attention made her nervous. Weren't you frightened? Pip wondered.
How did you figure it all out?
Time and Chiara looked very impressed.
Lily Moon did. She's the one who guessed the Timberwolf was really a werepony.
Sweetie Belle explained. The other ponies turned and looked at Lily Moon, who smiled shyly.
Well,
Time and Chiara announced.
Between that and saving our lives at the party, I just don't know how we managed to survive in Ponyville without you.
Well, you got the princesses. I mean, if the CMC aren't here, you always got the princesses. Just saying. And the teachers. But they're no fun. The ponies gathered around Lily Moon, asking her what other cool and mysterious things she knew about. As she answered, she glanced over to the Cutie Mark Crusaders and smiled gratefully. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo all watched her proudly.
Looks like Lily Moon is finally settling in.
2 books in.
Guess it's a happy ending for every pony.
Well, we've got like 3 books to go, but it's fine. Sweetie Belle agreed.
Rarity finally forgave me for the fabric she retook for the bogle. She said next time we go monster hunting.
Sorry, got my gear on. Just check with her first.
Yeah, Applejack feels awful about almost sending Twist away.
Where are we going to banish her to? That's my question, Twilight. Where are you going to banish Twist to? I'm really curious.
She promised to listen to us about stuff like this from now on. And to know my sister never lies.
Still going with that factoid? She never lies, right? She never lies. Twist joined the Crusaders.
Thank you again, you guys. Sorry I told you that I was the Limber Wolf. We're just glad you're okay.
Apple Bloom said.
Well, not totally okay.
Twist said, frowning.
The thought of something sweet makes me sick now. The last normal pie of candy I ate was that candy cane I got from Lily Moon.
She ran off to join the other ponies. And Scootaloo looked at the others. I thought you were just being a dick there, but apparently being a dick is a plot device. That's the candy cane that came from Amber Moon's room! And right after eating it, Twist got so sick she had to miss Simple Will's party.
Only she didn't,
Apple Bloom said.
She showed up as a Timberwolf. You think the candy cane turned her into a wet pony?
Sweetie Belle asked.
That's crazy. Well, we used a peppermint to cure her,
Apple Bloom pointed out.
Is it any weirder that a candy cane started this whole thing? So I was almost right.
I almost defeated your guys' logic, Scootaloo said triumphantly. Amber Moon wasn't the were-pony, but she's the one who turned Twist into the were-pony.
Maybe,
Apple Bloom said, working through it in her head.
But no pony expected Twist to eat that candy, so it's not like Amber Moon did it on purpose. Still,
Sweetie Belle wondered.
Why would Amber Moon have a candy cane that could turn a pony into a Timberwolf?
They all looked over at Lily Moon, who seemed to actually be enjoying herself with the rest of the class.
She's finally fitting in. And now this happens?
Sweetie Belle sighed.
Let's keep it to ourselves for now.
Apple Bloom said. Because you don't want to tell her that her sister is evil? Asked Scootaloo.
No,
Apple Bloom said.
I want to wait until we know if she's in on it or not.
Alright, that's the story, but we've got the epilogue to go through to see where the pony is coming in. Although things hadn't gone exactly as the pony had planned, the experiment had still proven useful. It seemed that the Timberwolf was difficult to control, even if there was a pony inside. Using a were-pony to get past the Timberwolf Guardians wasn't the way to reach the Livewood. If the pony wanted the artifact, another plan was needed. But first, the pony would have to deal with the QT Mark Crusaders. The pony had gone back to study the scrolls. They were clear that the artifact would be activated by the matching marks 3. This is all destiny and shit. Apparently, Evergreen Forest has a strange entrance to an artifact that can only be opened by the Cutie Mark Crusaders. What if the Cutie Mark Crusaders didn't get matching Cutie Marks to begin with? What if we got different Cutie Marks? The whole Guardians thing will be fucked, right? Oh my god. Coincidences. They are not an oddity in My Little Pony. Just telling you right now, it has never been an oddity. It was always coincidence. It was coincidence that the friends that came together in the pilot happened to have the elements of harmony. It was coincidence that the CNC had matching cutie marks, which somehow opened the Guardian pathway to the Evergreen Forest. Everything is just coincidences. Everything. The pony had thought, and it was also a coincidence that the Sonic Rain Boom caused all of her friends with the elements of harmony to meet with each other in the same fucking place. Coincidence. The pony had thought there was only one group with such marks, but apparently that wasn't the case. Fortunately, Those meddling ponies had made a habit of coming up to the house on Horseshoe Hill. It wouldn't be a problem to arrange for a little accident sometime soon to make sure they didn't cause any more trouble. Damn. I have a feeling that this pony character is going to be like a recurring character from like a season before, or from a season in the show or in the comic or something like that. Or maybe it's just a new mysterious pony like Swiftfoot. I mean, come on, it could be Swiftfoot. I mean, I just kind of wanted it to be Swiftfoot. I kind of miss her. She was a sexy pony alive, and don't judge me for saying that. But that's all I'm going to read today. And I think it's got more in terms of mysteries than Ponyville Mysteries. The only mystery thing about it is that they spoiled that little plot point in the second book in the Ponyville Mysteries comic. And at the time, I kind of thought she just said an unrelated story just to prove the CMC's innocence. But apparently that storyline, it's in the second book in the series. So Ponyville Mysteries reference Ponyville Mysteries. Fuck, it boggles my mind. And honestly, it's going to be hard to recommend like reading this in order, because apparently the comic references one of the books, and the show references the books, but the book references the comics, and the comic references the show and stuff like that. It's all continuous, and it's all interconnected. So, my god, I normally wouldn't be able to appreciate that, but once you dig deep into that MLP rabbit hole, then you'll start to understand. But I'm glad I'm reading these. I'm glad I'm reading these because that means I got more G4 stuff to read, which actually insatiates my hunger for more G4 content. So that was pretty cool. Now that G5 is going to be finishing now, I might feel like I would probably watch the show, not just to hate watch it, but now that it's over, I will just watch it and see if it's a really terrible show that people are making it out to be, and how it ties to G4 so fucking terribly and shit. But we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, thank you guys for coming. Or not coming. It's fine. I'm only doing this for myself anyway. But it's good for you guys to come and to hear me fucking yell my throat out before I go to bed. It's midnight now, so take care, guys. Have a good Sunday. See you on the weekday.